NZSBK 2021 and round 2 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships here at Levels International Raceway in the beautiful South Canterbury. Today we've got on the schedule a bit of a track info, press conferences, and then a bit of a look into our races later on this afternoon. We started off with the Superbike lap, 10-lap feature today. That's at about 2 p.m. We go into the Pro Twin race after that one there. We've got a 10-lap 600 Supersport race on the program. Then we go to our Supersport 300s, followed by our Supersport 150 class, and our Jix is in there as well. And the final race of the day, the big one there for the sidecars. So this is round 2 at Levels International Raceway at Timaru. We've got round 3 and 4 back in the North Island in the early parts of March. So keep an eye on that as we go racing with our Supersport sidecars out there at the moment. Coming up, a big day of action here. One race today, 2 races today.
Great to have had an opportunity to get some R&R in for 1 week and enjoy this beautiful super summer we've got in New Zealand over these last few weeks. Has been fantastic. Here we are with our panel of our combined class of our Supersport 300 and some 150 riders in there, and of course we've got some of our riders that are actually both double classing in this class, so lucky for them. We've got Georgia on the end, and Georgia, what a sensation last weekend. Was that everything you've ever dreamed of with our sport?
Oh, I mean, I didn't really know what to expect going into it, but for a first nationals it was pretty satisfying standing on that podium and my first race out, so yeah.
A fantastic effort. Have you got a question for the panel today?
No.
Oh, not really? Okay, that's right. Okay, so I'll throw another one back at you. Ruapuni, your home track. Here we are at Levels, just 150 k's down the road. What's your experience like around here?
Oh, I've probably ridden Levels about as much as I have for Ruapuni. It's nothing to come down here for the day and do the club meetings, so it's, yeah, I've had a lot of time on this track and I quite enjoy it.
Cool. Joining us now is Sam Guthrie, and Sam had his introduction at Ruapuni on his home track last weekend. And Sam, you happy with your performance from last weekend?
Yeah. I was trying to stay behind Cormac, but I couldn't because, yeah, I was just trying to, practice some cornering and all other stuff to do with that. So, I did all right. Yeah, I had it with second, so, yeah.
Cool. Have you got a question for any of the fellow panellists there?
No, I don't. No.
Oh, you don't either. Okay, that's right. It's probably not a bad thing, because the minute you throw something, you like to have even more thrown back at you, so it's fine. From your point of view, seeing where you are from the beginning of the day till the end of the day, and improvement on your results up against Cormac, got to be pleased with that?
Yeah, I was improving on my time, so that's the main thing. Yeah.
Oh, nice one. And for you, here at Levels, you like this place?
Yeah, I've rode here heaps, so I'm more used to it now.
Good.
So yeah. And I'm used to Ruapuni as well, so it's my home track. So I'll go right here, so yeah.
Well done. Olivia Goddard joins us. Man, when Olivia came back along pit lane last week, the cheers from the crowd from that race in that third place. Olivia, obviously a highlight for you in your early part of your racing career?
Yeah, it was a surreal feeling. It felt like I was famous, honestly. Having so many people on both sides of pit lane just cheering, it made me feel very proud of what I've done.
Yeah, and well deserved too. Have you got a question for your fellow panellists?
Sure. I'll ask Georgia, what made you start road racing?
Well, I kind of just had a go on a have a go day, just because I've sort of always wanted to try it, but I've never got around to actually doing it. So I figured it was heading into winter and kind of wanted something to do on the weekend, so I was like, give it a go, and here I am.
Would you go back to Speedway now?
I would if I could get the same amount of track time and opportunities I did here. I've always said,
Maybe mix the two?
Yeah, it's hard because they overlap so much with the weekends, but yeah, if I'd have stayed 100%, and I've always said that, but you just can't go past the amount of track time and opportunities I've had here. It's, especially riding for Hallicraft, how could you say no?
Nice answer. Thank you, Olivia. Lovely question. Welcome to Dave Fellows to join us. Dave's sitting in the middle there. Dave, is there a reason for sitting in the middle?
I guess the old guys got to keep some of these young fellas apart sometimes, so you know they're up to mischief.
Yeah, good. And have you got a question for your fellow riders?
Yeah, actually, I was wondering, Harry, it's your local track, mate. So, you know, a lot of pressure. You're going to have a bunch of fancy F1 underwear at you, like over the weekend. Is that something you thrive on, or is that a bit of extra pressure?
If anything, adds more pressure. Like, you don't want to disappoint, and you want to stay on the bike, and obviously get the podiums and bring the trophies home. So, I'm under a bit of pressure this weekend, but hey, this is why we do it, and can't wait.
Hey, and that Alan Ramage at the end of the weekend as well. What an awesome trophy to be up against, and the 3x3 as well. Harry, you've got to save some energy for that, and with our estimated high 27 degrees on Sunday, probably with the nor'wester blowing, so it'll actually feel like it's more about 31 or 32. The heat's going to be on, literally.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work. I just need to watch out for this week. Fella beside me, he's going to make me have a good run for my money, but I think we should be alright if we save our tyres and ride a bit smarter and learn from what we did last weekend, and we should be fine.
Good work. It flowed nicely through. Thanks, Dave. Thank you to Harry Parker, who joins us, MTF Finance local star, local man on his local track here. Cormac, probably the closest one to home for you. Are you going to call this your home track?
Well, I got Tiratonga, but unfortunately we don't race at Tiratonga for Nationals, so yeah, this is definitely the closest. It saves a bit of time on the drive, so yeah, it's a bit less hours in the car, but yeah, I find this track one of the harder tracks in New Zealand, definitely one of the ones that I struggle most at, but yeah, you know, we definitely tried to find a good setup. We still haven't found the perfect one, but you know, when we find a good setup, we'll definitely know, and we'll be ready for the races on Saturday and Sunday.
You just underestimate yourself so much. And I was thinking back afterwards, and I put it all together. Okay, so 2 lap records, 2 Grand Prix titles, 2 classes 76 maximum points. I can't work out how you can be more perfect than that. And here you are still looking to say that you want to go better, which is a nice thing to do and always a struggle. But there had to be a little smile on the face last weekend, surely.
Well, I think there was more than a little smile, but yeah, you know, it's definitely one of the biggest achievements that I've ever had in my career, and you know, hopefully we can do a little again this weekend. It'll be tough, you know, we got Dave, Harry, everyone, and you know, the pace is hot, and you know, definitely my main focus is definitely the races and the Alan Ramage Memorial. It'll be awesome to win that, but you know, this guy here, he's won it the last 2 years, and he'll definitely be going for the third, so we'll wait and see how it goes.
Now, you mentioned last week, one of our chats, that you were going to have some R&R this week, hopefully going to Wanaka. Did you get some R&R in, or did you still have to do fitness every day? What did you get up to?
Mum was pretty needy on me doing fitness, but yeah, I definitely did do some relaxing. You know, we went for a swim in the river, and I had my floaty, the circle floaty with feathers in it. And yeah, we did some mountain biking with Dad. It was very, very hot, so I think we only lasted a few Ks, then we came back. But yeah, we were hitting some golf balls around. We actually found a road cycle in the dump, so now I got a new bike for me to train on. So yeah, you know, what a coincidence. I mean, I'm not complaining, but yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Back to you, Georgia, as far as racing is concerned. What does it mean to compete at a national level NZSBK like this?
Oh, it's hard. You don't really want to treat it any differently than a normal meeting, because at the end of the day you're still going around in circles. But it's really good to have everyone down from the North Island and have such a big event to sort of just show off all your hard work over the winter break. And yeah. Excellent.
Sam, what have you been up to this week? Mountain biking, go-karting, gondola, what have you done? So many choices in Christchurch, of course.
I haven't done that much this week. I've a bit of fitness, but I've been going for swims and what else? PS4 some days. Yeah, so
Good.
Not much here.
Good. Olivia, beautiful with Dunedin. What did you get up to this week?
Honestly, I did a bit of fitness, a bit of work, not much really.
Okay.
Some bike stuff.
So with that great effort last week, did Dad sort of offer and do all the dishes on your roster and all that sort of cool stuff?
No, I still have to do all the hard work.
Yeah, still have to do the hard work? Yeah. One day when you get a real father, it'd be great. So I'll get a knife later, it's fine.
You get in trouble,
Trouble, exactly. Hey, Dave, for you as a visitor down here, was it time for some R&R, see this beautiful country?
Yeah, we had a little bit, had to do a bit of work in the morning, so we went out to Lake Tekwa on Wednesday to swim in the lake, which was pretty refreshing.
Yeah.
And then, yesterday was pretty chilled and then set up here, but it was just a really nice week, just trying to rest the wrist. So like, all good for this weekend.
Harry, you might get to sleep in your own bed, but it must be the pits because you probably had to go to work or do something real like that. You know, you're not on holiday like us.
No, I had to go to work on Monday. And
Monday?
Yeah, worked from Monday to Thursday and got home from work and went straight to Brent Garvin's house and worked on the motorbikes. So
cool.
That was my week.
Yeah, well done. Cool. And Cormac, as far as the focus is concerned on this event, are you going for all of those? Well, you don't have a Grand Prix title here, but you're going to go for a lap record and all that. Have you got a focus on doing that, or is it a consequence of just the hard work you do? How do you feel?
Yeah, I definitely feel good and confident after last weekend. But yeah, the focus is to repeat what we did last weekend, and it certainly won't be easy. But I feel confident, and that's the main thing. And hopefully we can pull it off.
Well, as you can see, folks, a nice young average age. We've got our guys and our gals in this class. It's our Super Sport 300 and the 150, our really fledgling part of our sport and growing and getting this new talent on board. So fabulous to have everybody on board. Yes, Dave, there's a balance for it as well. I think it's so cool. What about young Sam's family over there as well? You know, Dad and Granddad competing as well. I think that's sensational. So cool, it's all part of our family and love having every bit of it. NZSBK, our 2021 and our 150 300 press conference. NZSBK 2021, a beautiful summer and a fantastic preview event last weekend. Here we are now, round number 2, Levels International Raceway, just out of Timaru. We're 150k south of where we were last week, enjoying this beautiful South Island scenery, the climate, the people, the spaces, the places, fantastic to be. And first of all to Damon Rees. Well, Damon, 10 days ago you weren't going to be with us, made the quick decision, of course not being already in the limelight. We couldn't invite you to the press conference because we didn't know at that stage that you were coming. You turned up and showed up, put in a couple of goodies, and particularly the one that counted, and a little bit of bad luck to go with it. But all in all, how did you think you went for round number 1?
I think it went pretty well. I didn't really go into it with huge expectations. I always want to win whenever I go racing, but at the same time, I was on Mitch's beat bike, so we haven't really ironed out the front end on it, and it was a work in progress. And it was just one of those things, and we were really happy come Saturday that we'd kind of got it in the ballpark, and I think we've just kind of fine-tuned it every time I've gone out. So yeah, it was really good last week, and I had a good time, good results, and didn't quite get the second race, but at the same time I'm still here, still in the top 3 in the championship, so I can't complain.
Good. Have you got a question for any of the fellow riders?
Have our fellow competitors got enough fuel for this weekend?
Oh, so good. Hey, how can that guy do it? Almost so subtly. Anybody want to answer that? Or just nod your heads? Is that the smiles all around?
Last weekend, that's the guys that aren't here.
Yeah, nice question, Damon. That's good. Now, Mitch, that's been a long time tactic of yours. Younger brother, of course, he always gets the hand-me-downs. He's also had the hand-me-down bike as well. So that means that if what he says is right, then you're on the better bike. Is that true?
Probably to a certain extent it is.
Okay. But then you've literally done more riding and set up, e.g. Suzuki Series and other rides for it. So do you think you've got a bit of advantage on your brother?
Yes and no. I mean, obviously, hey, he's fast. He always has been fast. He's always been his own downfall. So
all fall down.
So I mean, hey, like he's one of the best guys, if not the fastest guy that we've ever had racing a tour motorbike in New Zealand. All his lap records and everything else go to show exactly that. And what he's done in British Superbikes this year obviously proves he's the guy.
Cool. And you've got as good a question to match as your brother?
No, not really. I do always wonder how the dynamic with Jake and Avalon go at home. How does it go when either has a good or a bad weekend?
Nice one. Yours, Jake?
Yeah, it's not too bad, but she's always right, so.
Excellent. Yeah. Hey, you're well rehearsed, Jake. You'll go a long way in life. Well done, well done. Good answer. Scotty joining us here with Diamond Design and new team and new tyres and everything, Scotty, and you still got that number 2 on the bike. So, but hey, I've got good memories of Scott Moyer here around Levels. You looking forward to this one again, Scott?
Yeah, I always look forward to coming at Levels. I've always done pretty well. Being at the front end where you want to be. Obviously, on the back foot a little bit today. Didn't get a lot of time on the track. With new tyres and whatnot. Wanted to try another compound out, but didn't quite get a chance, so we'll just have to wing it tomorrow morning, I suppose, and hope for the best, really. But feeling pretty good and feeling pretty confident. But it's pretty tough, like all the boys here are going fast. So it could be any one of us, out the front. So yeah. Good.
And a question for any of your fellow riders?
Question for Mitch: what's your favourite best track?
It's got to be Phillip Holland. But I guess in New Zealand, I do enjoy Tiratonga in Cargill. That's pretty cool. I guess different tracks, there's different parts that I enjoy. If you could put them all together, that'd be pretty wicked. But we know that's not going to happen. But yeah, ideally, there's no real bad ones. You always feel like a good track's good when you win. But there's no favourite or bad track. So yeah.
As a summary in general, I find that the North Islanders will say a favourite track's one in the south, and a lot of the souths, of course, say one in the north, because you don't get to ride it. When you do, it's that bit of a dream kind of thing. It's different, and you love it. So the fact that we go, quite often some South Island tracks are going in one direction, North Island's in the other. So a bit of chalk and cheese. Good question, Scotty. Thank you. Down to Jake. Well, you've had one thrown at you, Jake. So for you, is it close to home? Is it just Cage Blanc coming here to Levels? Is it the same as Ruapuna, or is there something different that you like or dislike?
Oh, it's similar. Like, I've done plenty of laps here over the years. It's actually the first track I rode at before Ruapuna when I first started racing. So yeah, I've always enjoyed it here. It's a lot of fun. It's definitely a bit different to Ruapuna, but it's still really enjoyable. So I can't wait to get the weekend started.
Good. And do you want to throw one back to anybody else on the panel?
Damo, you're going to win in BSB this year?
Yeah, that's the plan. I always go race. Like I said earlier, every race I enter, I want to win. And going back to England, the goal is to win as much as possible. So yeah, that's the plan. We'll put the effort in, and hopefully some borders reopen and I can get my butt over there.
Yeah, nice one. And Sloan, the statesman, joins us, not two-time Superbike champion for nothing. And Sloan, if I wasn't mistaken last week, I saw a little bit of venom fighting back. I thought there was a little bit of Sloan in there that just at times had shown before he just was in that position and he'd sort of solidified. Whereas last week there was a little bit more fight. Was that's just my assumption looking from the side. Is that the way you felt, or how was it for you?
Yeah, I guess the Suzuki Series was a bit of a dust the old cobwebs off a little bit, and then the goal for the Nationals will be a little bit more racy. And but I was quite enjoying watching the boys battle in front of me too. So
yeah,
nice
you got the best seat in the house, haven't you?
That's right.
Yeah, cool. You got a question for those the younger guys next year?
Well, I think Damo stole my question, so I'll have to ask them both of them. Who's the favourite? Who's mummy's boy?
Oh, here we go. Nice question.
I'd have to say Mitch probably treats her the worst. I think it's one of those love-hates, like mum loves him when he's a good boy. But yeah, he definitely treats her the worst. I'm the nice one, but yeah, he's the mummy's boy.
Mitch, you got to come on.
There's not really much to that, Your favourite, I suppose.
Lovely question, Chum. Well, that's fantastic. Okay, quick run back through the guys again. Demo, obviously with international borders closing down and hey, the news is not getting any better, it probably solidifies the fact you've made the right decision to do some racing here in NZ.
Totally. This morning was an announcement over in England that the BSB schedule has been pushed back another 3 or 4 weeks. So it's probably, whether it goes ahead, it's actually worked in my favour anyway. So if it were to go ahead now, I will still be here. I won't have to rush over that 3 weeks early that meant I was going to miss out or be scraping by. So yeah, I've definitely made the right decision, and like racing any seat times, good seat times. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So you can do likely all 4 rounds now?
At this stage, it'd be highly likely.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, is do the whole series and have a crack at this New Zealand Championship.
Yeah. My calculation today is there's been 7 different champions in the last 9 years in this class. So as a first timer, you're one of those that can push for it. So great to see. Well done.
Thank you.
Cool, good question. Mitch, for you, we like to talk about the fact that you guys just aren't machines and riding out there. You have a day job. You have some time off, or for you and me, he just building a house at the moment. Man, your life is just living tense, isn't it?
Oh, it's definitely all go. Not really too stressed about it though, because there's no point stressing about it, to be fair.
Yeah.
No, it's busy building a house, and obviously coming away racing for a couple of weeks as well. So you're sort of trying to organise stuff from here, and then it's good to have 2 weeks, sort of the week off between the racing this year. And I think good call by MNZ. Sort of taking away that extra day of testing, just saves a lot on cost. And for us, like for myself, it was nice to get away, and sort of one of the only sort of weeks you get away for the whole year, so you make the most of it.
Nice answer, well done. Scotty, for you, mate, you were back to work on Monday, and then you're flying in again, so no rest for you either.
Yeah. I mean, just got to get back now. A bit short staffed at work and bloody busy as at the moment, and then got the family to go home to go and see the boys, So yeah.
Nice answer. Yeah, good balance in life. For you, Jake, was it just work as usual? The pits, real life?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, straight back to work Monday morning, which is all good. Got to pay for those tyres somehow. So I was back into it. Bit of work on the bike during the week, get it prepped for this weekend, and yeah.
Well, you're outnumbered because all the others are North Islanders on the dice here with you at the moment. So will you have a holiday when you come north for the back-to-backs the beginning of March?
Probably not. No.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately not. I'd
okay.
like to, but we'll see. May have to ask the boss and see what she's up to. But
good answer.
Yeah.
I've heard some. Yeah, holiday in the background. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see how it goes.
Nice one.
Maybe later in the year or something. Yeah.
Good. So, Sloane, you getting another 50 aircons done in a few days? You were back at work.
I thought I'd go home and spend some time with the family, spend some time with the boys, but they spent the whole week with their grandmother swimming, so didn't get to see them much. So
nice.
We got some things organised, but it was nice, and I think MNZ have done the right thing. Even though you get to a day like this, or even when we got to Rapuna and we sort of got washed out in the one test day that we had, but I think it's a good decision for the sport.
Well done. Awesome, guys. Thank you very much. What a positive podium. Great to see Damon Rees, Mitch Rees, Scott Moyer, Jake Lewis and Sloane Frost, our Superbike heroes of 2021 NZSBK. Well done. Welcome NZSBK 2021. Wow, what a year to have, and lucky enough to be racing here in New Zealand. This is our Supersport 600 creme de la creme of this class. Of course, it's been proven many times in the past to have the future Superbike champions rise through it, and there's some great candidates to join us here this year. First of all, with Jacob Pearce, a local here in the Greater Canterbury region. So for you, Jacob, is it just another day at the office? What's your comparison with levels in Ruapuna?
Yes, I definitely like this track. Definitely done a lot of laps here, done all the motorcycle and Canterbury King of Levels rounds, so definitely have good track knowledge. I've always struggled here a little, just with the infield, just keep my bike nice and flowing. I seem to be a little stop and starty, so I'm just going to try let off the lever a bit early and just keep nice and smooth.
Cool. You got a question for any of your fellow panellists?
I do. This one's for Dale. Would you ever consider moving up to a superbike if you won this year?
Yeah, I guess that's a goal. To move to a superbike, but I don't know. I've got to see how much money I've got. Maybe if someone wants to buy me one, I'll ride one. For sure.
Well done. Good question too. Thanks, Jacob. And to Dale. Dale, wow, an outstanding weekend last weekend. That was just over the top. So hey, congrats from all of us that sit at the side and just admire your racing. Was it everything you wanted to be, or was it even more?
It all went pretty well for me. I just wanted to be consistent with my lap times, and I got that, and they were pretty fast. So I've got to be happy with that. And I had a bit of pressure put on me in the last race, and I sort of just managed to keep my head and keep the lap times consistent still, and not make any mistakes, and still come away with the win. So yeah, it was a pretty dream run for the first round.
Cool. You got a question for any of your fellow riders?
Oh yes, straight back at you, Jacob. So over lockdown, I played a lot of MotoGP on Xbox.
As did I.
Yeah, and it actually taught me how to set up a bike. Do you feel like a lot of the setup you can actually put into real life on MotoGP, and it actually works out?
I can agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
I think me and you probably did a lot of laps on the Moto2 bikes at Jerez and Le Mans. And
Yeah, you were real fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our lockdown.
Oh,
cool.
Awesome.
I actually learned how to use rear brake, and now I have a rear brake on my thumb, and it just makes a world of difference on the racetrack. So, yeah.
So there's another gold point to come out of lockdown, something that you didn't know before.
Yeah.
It taught you something. Oh, cool. Thanks, guys. Cool question. Hamish Fox, man in the middle, outstanding last weekend. Man, Hamish, I only had the privilege of meeting you in August 2019. Here you were coming out of nowhere, having a go on a 300 for the first time. You'd come off the off-road background, played around in enduros and the odd motocross, and thought, yeah, on bad sport, had a go at it for the first time, and here we are, what is now, only less than 18 months later, and bang, you're right up with the big guys in 600. How did you feel after last weekend?
Yeah, I was rat Neil. I've sort of gone out on my own this year. I run my own bike. It's just me and my partner. And yeah, so to come out, have no problems all weekend, and end up with a fourth in the New Zealand Grand Prix, I was absolutely over the moon. We're lacking a little bit of pace still. I definitely moved up from a 300 a bit too early, but I'm here to race. I'm here to race with the big boys, and they're big boys and girls, and they're in the 600 class. So this is where I want to be.
Nice answer, well done. And some of these people you probably didn't even know before anyway, so have you got an opportunity? You want to ask them a question now?
Yeah, actually I've got a question for Rogan. Races, we tend to be quite superstitious. Do you always race in the same pair of undies, or you change them up every now and again, or what's the go?
Are you looking at me in my undies? Or I don't know, I have a few superstitions. I do like left boot first, same. I wore different skins at Manfield, and I crashed 3 times in one weekend, so I threw those in the bin the other week. So yeah, maybe a few. I don't know with the undies one, I always kind of change them every day. That's what you should do.
Clean one?
Yeah, clean one.
Is painting the nails a thing as well? Or?
Yeah, maybe. No, not really. No, that's just for the ladies, you know.
What ladies?
Oh mate, Wellington's a crazy place. Yeah.
Golden question, Hamish, you've started something. That's the sort of question I like. Well done. And we welcome Av back to the panel. Av, there you are. You're the shortest, you're the smallest, you're the lightest, and you happen to be the only female. And that coverage we saw on Sky Sport this week was just outstanding to see your consistency. Third place, knocking them out. Of course, you had a good year in 2019, but 2020 was one just to leave behind from your racing point of view. How did you feel after last weekend?
Yeah, last weekend was a great step forward for us. I watched the racing from here at Levels last year, Neil, and yeah, it was a bit of a sad sight. I crashed out at turn 1, so to come back this year and have a solid start to the season was really good, but Dale and Rogan are so fast that it is a bit of a concern, I'm not going to lie. So we've got to try and get up with them this weekend and try take some points away from them to keep that championship alive. So yeah, I'm happy on one hand, but pretty determined on the other to not let them run away with it.
Good. And a question for the others. Have you got a question that matches Hamish's one to Rogan? I'm sure you're going to pick on Rogan, aren't you?
No, I don't have one as good as Hamish. I actually just rode in from the last session and wondered how Jake had kept his tyres so mint, because the rest of us are all shredding tyres and his looks like it's brand new. What's your trick?
Probably not as fast, that'd probably go.
And taking it easy on the Friday practice as well, Jacob. Yeah, exactly. Oh, nice one. Good answer, Jacob. That's come back exactly as it is. Rogan, well, everybody picks on Rogan, and you wouldn't say he's a candidate for it, but there's at times when he's left wide open. Wanted to hit the erase button on last week's press conference, but that wasn't going to happen. And Rogan, what amends have you got this week?
Oh, I don't know. We got a few things cut out of that press conference last weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not ideal, but
You want to talk about those?
No, I think we'll save those ones. No, it's good. I'm glad. I'm happy to be here. Last weekend was kind of like, just get some points together. I don't really do that well there, so I was pretty happy to get seconds and sort of keep it consistent and just get some points together. And I think last year I was like 8th in the points coming out of there, just crashing and riding like crap. So I'm happy to be in Timaru. I go a bit better here. It suits my bike a bit better, suits me a bit better. So if I can get a bit closer to Dale for once, it'll be nice. And maybe put a better run in for the championship.
Good. Well, the others have certainly been picking on you. Have you got any point back questions here now?
No, not really, actually, to be honest. I don't know. I can't think of any questions. Okay. Maybe to Dale, give us a tow tomorrow.
That's a yes or no question.
Third person.
You want his tyre rubber that's left over halfway through the race, you want it added to your tyre or something like that?
Nah, just teach me how to go fast, please. That's about it.
Yeah, okay.
Jacob, a good opportunity. Hey, for you, stepping up, as others have said, some riders think at times they can spend more time on a 300 and do their time. You've made that big decision to go up. How are you feeling about making that choice?
Yes, I think I only did 2 seasons on my R3 and sort of took about 6 months off racing, middle of 2018, and started racing club level 2019 on my R6. So I think it just suited my riding a bit better. I'm quite aggressive on the brake and throttle, so sort of a small bike needs to be really fast and flowing. I sort of didn't have that as my style. I sort of had lots of help from everyone, getting me to adapt to a 600 quite good.
Excellent answers, love it, well done. And for Dale, what have you got to do to match last weekend's effort? Because these other guys are all saying the same thing. They like this place. Rogan's feeling he can go even better. These boys are going to make you work.
Pretty much last year when I come here, I finished on a high, and I'd just like to start there. Today I went faster than what I did last year, so it's a good point to be at already. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Hamish, probably of everybody on that table, you've had the least experience out here, and certainly nothing on a 600. You've had an opportunity for a ride today. What do you think of this place for your bike?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm really lucky that Suzuki's really easy on tyres. Obviously, maybe if I was 2 seconds lap faster, it'd be a different story, but tyres wear really isn't a factor for me at the moment. So honestly, I'd like to just be a bit closer to the front. I've only been here once before. It's a track that I do like, but if I can come out with some more good places and the bike in one piece and me in one piece, I'll be wrapped.
Nice answer. Have you and Levels, is this going to all gel this weekend and you ready to go? How are you feeling right now?
Well, I don't want to give too much away to my competition, but not overly confident, to be fair. We've had a pretty tough day, and I don't think it's any secret this isn't my favourite racetrack in the world. I really love fast flowing stuff, and there's just none of that here. It's really tight and twisty and quite technical. So I'm just determined to give it my best shot. That's all we can do. I think we need to work on the setup overnight, have a chat to a few people and give it a go and practice tomorrow morning, and then just take it step by step from there. If we could put it on the front row, that would help a lot. So fingers crossed for qualifying to go to plan.
Thank you for your honest answer, because it's sort of outside a comfort zone for a lot of people to say those kind of things, but well done. And for Rogan, between doing your hair and your nails and change of undies, etc., what else is happening for you to be ready for a big day tomorrow?
I don't know, get a good sleep. I'm tired, I could go for a good sleep tonight. I don't know. That's about it.
Ready to go?
Ready to go.
All right.
Born ready.
Thank you, Supersport 600, and these guys ready to go. Bring it on, NZSBK 2021, Supersport 600. Thank you. Well, welcome on board another of our NZSBK conferences, and opportunity here in sunny Timaru for round number 2, and thoroughly enjoying The weather, the sunshine, the beautiful hospitality, the great scenery and everything that goes with this part of our country, and great atmosphere to kick it off. Super successful round number 1 at Ruapuna near Christchurch last weekend. Here we are ready to go for round 2. A combination of our Pro Twin and Sidecar families joining us here at the moment. First of all with SJ Cavell, and for you SJ, a North Island visitor, what's your impressions of Levels International Raceway?
Yeah, Levels is a great track. It's tight and technical, twisty, so you really got to be on your game here to get that lap time, but it's a really enjoyable circuit, and South Canterbury Motorcycle Club put on a fantastic event.
Yeah, and SJ, opportunity to ask any of your fellow competitors or those on the table a nice question to set the scene today?
Yeah, a question for Carl Hooper. What's your favourite corner on this track here?
Well, that's actually a tough one. I've got quite a few corners I like around here, but if I was gonna say, probably the sequence, the bus stop coming onto the start finish line. You know, you just got to throw the bike around and pretty high speed, so for me that's probably the most enjoyable part of the track. And
when you say the sequence, for the people out there that'll be watching to follow on from this, you're talking about the right and then the quick left again?
The right, then the quick left, then the quick right again.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's a good one.
Oh, nice answer. Good question, SJ. Thanks, good. Yeah, nice one. And it's crossed nicely to you, Carl. First of all, hey, from Suzuki Series and 2 other classes, and bang, you come into Pro Twins to join this field, and bang, there you go, straight to the top after round 1. How were you feeling?
Yeah, no, it was a good round 1. I was feeling good, and same again this weekend. My mindset hasn't changed. You know, we had a few problems last weekend. We won't go there though, but mindset's the same, and I'm just looking to, you know, have a good weekend, and it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to, you know, the challenge that everyone's going to be bringing, because everyone's, you know, motivated. So I think it's going to be a good weekend of racing.
Cool. You got a question for any of your fellow riders?
Yeah, just got a question for Jared. You know, first year down in the South Island. How are you liking these South Island tracks, man?
They're different. A lot bumpier. Well, not so much this track, but Ruapuna is definitely a lot bumpier than anything I've ridden in the north. But it's all good. You just got to learn to ride your line properly. Had a bit of fun out here today. I quite like this track. It's yeah, some fast corners and then some tight technical stuff, and like Carl saying, the bus stop, that's pretty awesome. The old right left right flip. Yeah.
Cool. So newcomer for the series, Jared, how have you felt you've fitted in from a seating point of view? You've sort of you jumped straight in to join the boys at the top.
Yeah. I'm a little bit gobsmacked, to be honest. I honestly didn't expect to be sitting on the podium so soon, but you know, I'll just keep chipping away and just doing what I do, and yeah.
Good. All right, talking with Jared Horn from our Pro Twin field, and Jared, you got a question for any of your fellow riders?
You have a question for Carl. How did you manage to stay on the track today? Because both me and SJ went for a little off-track excursion.
Oh, I tell you what, there was a couple of times when I was sucking in, I was like, oh. Yeah, now going off the back straight, I had a couple of those bumps, man, and I was like, oh my god. But no, it's definitely tight, so you definitely got to be on your game around this track, man. It's so tight, very quick. So I wouldn't say I stayed on the track. I was getting pretty close sometimes, man. Yeah.
Nice question and answers, Pro Twin. We're joined here by our sidecar family, and after last weekend, 1NZ, and with the Grand Prix to go with it, with Barry and Stu here. First of all, Barry, not your F2 sidecar, and probably of all the tracks last year, this would be probably one of the better ones from an F2. So back on the big machine, the F1 this year, is it harder work out on a track like this compared to Ruapuna?
No, not really. That back straight killed us last year on the small bike.
Yeah.
But obviously we were really quite good around the infield, so the gains we made around the infield we kind of lost on the back straight. So this year with the F1, we've got a really nice setup this year. We did a bit of pre-season testing, and obviously Stu being the new partner gave us a little bit of a time to gel together. So yeah, we're looking forward to some good racing this weekend on the big bike.
For you, Stu, when's the last time you were here? I'm just trying to think back. It's a moon or two ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, Neil, and that was with Adam. We won this championship So yeah, only once here, second time today with Pez.
Wow. Oh, hey, you won last time, so you could go away with a perfect record.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, good. Back to you, Barry. A question for these other boys.
Yeah.
Is it 2 wheels or are you?
Yeah, no, I've got a question for these guys.
Oh, nice.
Obviously, Dennis Charlotte's stepped into the come over onto the dark side on 3 wheels. I just thought, if these guys ever thought of having a go on a sidecar.
Yeah, start with you, SJ. Yeah.
Look, I come from Speedway and used to race stock cars, so I've done my multi-wheel stint, and I'm really enjoying the 2-wheel stint. So I think you guys are a little bit crazy for me, so I'll leave you to it.
Nice one. Carl, for you, you're just young in the sport. It'd be a box you want to tick, surely, eh?
Oh yeah, no. There's been a few times where I've been sitting there. I was like, I'd actually quite enjoy having a go on one of those things. So, but no, definitely not racing one. Nah, that's a bit sketchy for me. But no, I'd definitely actually like to have a go on one day.
Okay, good. Jared?
Yeah, I'd like to give it a go. Probably just being the swinger. I reckon that'd be pretty cool. Hanging this far from the car seal would be pretty sick. But yeah, I don't think I'd want to race one.
It's a nice contrasting different answers. Great question. Thank you, Barry. Stu? Got a question for these guys, what do you?
Oh, no, not really. I was pretty much going to ask the same question that Barry did.
Okay, that's right. Good. So, what incites you to be a swinger, or is it a stepping stone? Do you want to be the driver one day?
Oh, I have thought about it. I'm obviously good at what I do, so I think I'll stay out on the side. I have ridden them, but not at race pace. But I intend to enjoy the swinging side of it.
All right. What about this track? Is it there's some time bits here? You've got to work.
Yeah, you've got to work the speeds as high as Christchurch. The track's a lot narrower for a sidecar.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to get a bit of rubbing tomorrow, and the closeness is going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, good point. Back with SJ. First of all, SJ, sort of putting your hat on from a Motorcycle New Zealand point of view, bang after last weekend. Hopefully everybody is just so happy because we know the global situation, and who knows whether we could have really gone racing and week by week, anything that happened. So people have got to be happy. Positive feedback from last weekend, round 1.
Yeah, I think so, Neil. I mean, hey, there's a lot of people who put a lot of work into getting the series up and running behind the scenes throughout the winter, and the fact that we're even doing it is a credit to all those people, unsung heroes they really are. So, and also, yeah, obviously, hey, around the world, they're not doing much racing, so we're really lucky to be kicking it off. And I think, look, the first round went really well. We sort of had to feel our way out a little bit. It's the first time we've sort of handed the championship back to the clubs to run. So, and us from MNZ side have given them as much help as we can with running them, but it's really been left up to the clubs, and MCI did a fantastic job, just as South Canterbury will do this weekend. So we're really lucky to have such proactive clubs full of passionate people, and no, I think this weekend's going to be fantastic.
Beautiful answer. Cool. Now, just the final one for me. I'm putting 2 hats on here. First of all, ex-Speedway Stock Car Man, this weekend back in your home province, Hawke's Bay, New Zealand Stock Car Champs. Something like 200 entries for Speedway. Hawke's Bay is going to go off this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be crazy. It'll be carnage, Neil. It'll be absolute carnage. I've been to New Zealand champs like that, not with 200 cars, but with similar, with over 100 cars, and it's pretty hectic, and you need a hell of a lot of luck on your side to get through from the first night to the second night. So I just don't know where they're going to park 200 of them there, to be honest.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that, and thank you for the MNZ feedback as well. Carl, for you, post classic at Suzuki Series, Formula 3, now here with Pro Twin. If you were to allow one of those other bikes around this circuit as well as your Pro Twin, which of those 2 bikes would you choose? The Kawasaki ZXR 750, beautiful in the green and white, those that know the livery from the 80s, and the little special built 125 chassis with a 450 motocross motor inside it. So they're 2 very different bikes. What do you like around here?
Well, being the nature of Timaru, I'd actually like the Formula 3 bike, because like up that top end, man, that thing would just rail around those corners. It would be amazing. So
I thought that would be the answer.
Yeah, no. As much as I like that 750, I just think that little 450 would just fly around this track. So I was actually, sort of half like, should I bring it down in the hope that I might get it on the track? But then I was like, no, got to focus on the Pro Twin. So no.
Well done.
Yeah, no.
Very good. Jared, tell us a bit about Jared Horn, because, man, you've just fallen out of the sky, Jared, and gone whack between us all to find out here you are. And look at that, you're even sitting in the middle there at the moment, claiming the glory on the podium. What's your background? Where's home? What do you do? What's your interest?
So I live in Whangamatā. I used to do a bit of dirt bike riding when I was younger. Then Dad stopped paying for it, so that kind of put an end to that. Yeah, I had a road bike when I was at school, sort of 17 years old, and always wanted to go to the track. A couple of years ago I bought a CBR 600, took that to the track and just absolutely loved it. Then I got...
Hey mate, you could practice every day between Waihi and Whangamatā.
Yeah.
That is one motorcycle road in the North Island.
Yeah.
Every time I've driven it in a car, I've always wanted, I want a bike to ride on this place. You live in a cool place of the country.
Yeah, it's just surrounded by racetrack basically.
Yeah, exactly. The whole Coromandel just twists and turns and ups and downs.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit busy up there now. It's just a bit dodgy on the road with a road bike and seeing all the trucks and stuff around. So yeah, decided I'd just go to the track.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Cool. What's your day job?
I'm a plumber.
Plumber. Oh, well done. Well done. We've all got to have those, don't we?
Yeah, sure do.
Good. Yeah. And the deeper the drain, the more you're in the, you know what? So So you're used to it, eh? Just. Oh, nice story. Welcome to our family. It's awesome to have you with us. Love that story.
Cheers.
Barry, as you find you get to tour around New Zealand, you come to places like this, there's an air of excitement to come down here. Nice place of the country. It's sort of like, it's just an excuse to go road racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always really nice to come down onto the South Island. So it's got a whole different feel, obviously, to the North Island. It's getting pretty busy where we are up in Tauranga, so we've actually made the move down a bit more down south, so just to get away from the hustle and bustle. So yeah, hopefully things will go well down in Palmy for us. I'm looking forward to the move. So yeah, I always enjoy coming down south though, the track, because we don't get often to ride the track. So it's only my fourth time here. So yeah, I really enjoyed last weekend too. It was a really good event. So yeah, it's been a good trip down south this year.
Good. So Stu, have you been able to sort of make some excuses to do some other things while you're here, or is it too serious and you're just concentrating on swinging?
Yeah, pretty much. I've just got a job to do with Barry. I flew home after Christchurch, back on my job, and I've flown back, so pretty tight.
Yep.
Not much time to do anything really new.
Yeah, but gee, it was hard to go back to work though, wasn't it?
Well, I have my own business, I don't have much choice on that.
I went back to work this week and they were the hardest 3 days I've done all year. So, yeah. Hey, thank you guys. Sidecars are perfect representatives. Well done. Carl Cox Motorsport. First time I'd ever met Carl was here at this track when when I was introduced by Gav, and what he was just so passionate about. And I thought, hey, this guy's just come over from Queenstown to see what we do. How does he love it so much? You know, a UK tourist on a holiday, but he loves our sport. And he was just in awe of coming to this place. He just couldn't believe that you could have a racetrack here in this kind of country. So, and to think of what he's done for our sport is fantastic. So, hi, Carl, to you out there. Thanks for your work, and thank you to the Pro Twin lineup. So let's see whether those Bridgestones can stay ahead of the Prowleys, or whether the Prowleys can turn it up and knock the Bridgestones off. Whether the young teenagers almost can unseat the. A bit rough to call them a pensioner. That would be a bit over the top. But you know, the 21 and a bit year old that's sitting on the end. So thank you guys. An awesome press conference wrapping up NZSBK 2021 here at beautiful Levels. Catch you all tomorrow, folks. We're going racing.
It's a massive big welcome to round 2 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships, NZSBK, here at Levels International Raceway. It's a brilliant weekend on the weather forecast, so we should have some great racing. Round 1 was absolutely brilliant, and we've got all our major championship classes. Our Supersport 600 is certainly going to be one to watch around here. They're on lap record pace as we go practice qualifying. We've got Supersport 300, we've got the Supersport 150s, the sidecars, the Pro Twins, and the big one, the Superbikes coming up. So this is going to be exciting, but yeah, can't wait to see the Supersport 600 racing. That's going to be phenomenal. We've got Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler, Avalon, Biddle, they were the class podium last week, so 3 from 3 on each of those podium positions for those guys. We had some thrills and spills, and guys like Nick Kane had bike troubles on the 33, the Mega Motorcycle Centre drive. We had Tarbin Walker, he had a pretty bad crash, but he's on the other bike this weekend. And the number 21 machine and TWR Racing, he should be right up in the mix as well. We've got plenty of others to contend with as well. In the Supersport 600 class, they get 10 lapper on the Saturday. They get 2 15-lap races on the Sunday, so can't wait to see that one there. As we're going to get this one here. Also, looking through the pits, absolutely comes alive here at Levels. It's a family-friendly camping atmosphere. The pits gets nice and spread out, and always spectacular to have a look at. Shout out to the Barracks Bar race team there, Totospan Wanganui and the dentists on board. Richie Dibbin and Luca Durning, that team there this year. But unfortunately, Richie, our thoughts with Richie had a crash at round 1 at Ruapuna, and 3 broken ribs. Means he's withdrawn from competition today. But the big news, Dennis Charlotte, former New Zealand Superbike champion, is going to ride that bike this weekend. So good stuff from the Barracks Bar. We'll go down the road here. There's 3 main roads here down Levels when we go pitting, and good to see everyone nice and spread out. And we've got Supersport 300, that's going to be good to watch as well. We've got plenty of contenders in that one there, including the youngsters, Harry Parker, Cormac Buchanan. We've also got Dave Fellows on the 41, the TR20 machine, and he is 3rd in points as well, so look out for him. We've got all the Pro Twin guys, they're all pitting together as well. And those points are certainly all on at the moment. We had some drama in our Grand Prix, but everything looking really good on the racetrack there. Jared Horn, surprise package from round number 1 on the 74 machine from Whangamata. He's 3rd in the points after 3 consecutive trips to the podium. We've got guys like Al Weir, Nick Southerwood, and big shout out to them as well. We've got Nick Vaughan and Alex Butts in there, so the 3 of them there battling it out for the Hillbilly Cup this weekend too. They've got a little cup there. And Vaughan, great to catch up with the boys there. There'll be certainly some fireworks, no holds bar for that one there. Some real silverware on the line. We've got Nick Southwood with his beautifully presented machine with the roulette wheels. What a spectacular machine that is as well. So yeah, love the Pro Twin family. They all try and put together, really friendly guys, and good to have them. And as part of our NZSBK, there's 11 of them entered on the track this weekend. And should have some frantic racing. They get a 10-lap race on the Saturday and followed up on the Sunday. They get a couple more 10-lap races there as well. So they'll have some very frantic pace. So can't wait for that. We've got more of our Supersport 300s as well, with guys like young Alison Wilton on the Rogers Yamaha from Auckland. So that'll be some good stuff to see. They're at the moment still in their qualifying sessions out on track, and looks like Cormac Buchanan certainly going to be the man to beat in that class again, 3 from 3, plus the Grand Prix title last week. So we'll catch up with him. Another one of our spectacular classes at round number 2 will be our Superbikes. So many different guys that can win that class, and certainly the racing going to be hot. Daniel Medham on the number 34, Coleman's Suzuki. He had a weekend to forget at a mechanical DNF in race number 1, but certainly when he come racing on the Sunday had a lot of good pace, so can't wait to see the former Superbike champion in action out on track. We've got, I think there's 5 former Superbike champions out on track in the Superbike class when we go racing later on today, and they get 2 15-lap races tomorrow, so there's going to be some good pace out there. And certainly brilliant stuff. The pits come live. The weather forecast is looking really good, so all on here at round 2 of NZSBK. The New Zealand Superbike Championships comes alive at Levels, and we're about 10 kilometres north of central Timaru on this 2.4 kilometre circuit. We've got our 7 championship classes on the line here this weekend, including our Supersport 600s and Supersport 300s, Supersport 150s, Pro Twin Sidecars and the Superbikes. So we'll keep an update with that one there as the program unfolds. We're in our final practice qualifying session at the moment, and scheduled for 2 p.m. Racing on the Saturday, and early morning racing at 2 races on the Sunday, 1 race on the Saturday. And there's going to be 14 Superbikes out on track with the Superbike B as well, so we'll try and keep an update of all of those competitors there. We've got 6 out there on the Supersport 150 as well, including quite a lot of local flavour. We had a good round 1 at Ruapuna. Guys like the number 34, Samuel Guthrie, he's out there on his Yamaha R15. We've got the Jigsaw 150s in that class as well, so look out for them. There's a couple of them as well, but it's been Cormac Buchanan. He's been the star of the Supersport 150s. Set a lap record and won 3 from 3, including the Grand Prix last weekend. Certainly setting the standard in that Supersport 150 class. We've got Sam Guthrie and a couple of girls out there as well on the Yamahas. We've got Olivia Goddard and Georgia Elvin. They'll be certainly having another good battle. They had 3 battles where they were almost inseparable on the track last week at Ruapuna, so it'll be brilliant to see them. And more about Pro Twin racing as well. But good representation from the South Island riders down here, and they'll come north as well, so they're always very, very good down here, especially around levels. It's quite a busy track. There's a lot of local knowledge, helps you out a lot. But a big shout out to the Team Rees Racing team, the Honda team there, Mitch and Damo, brothers out there in the Superbike class, qualified P1 and P3 in the Superbike racing. We've also got young Zach Fuller on the 600 Supersport ride this year, so a 3-bike team, and we've got Billy Fuller there on her Jix in the Supersport 150 class, so certainly going to be all on. These Team Rees boys have come down south and mean business. Damo taking a race, 2 race victories, including the Grand Prix title last week. Mitch 3 consecutive trips to the podium, leads the championship by a massive 9 points, and this time last year he was sort of nursing some bike problems and stuff, so this will be really good to see 2 Team Rees boys on the front row, and absolutely brilliant. The full family coming up here as well, so the legendary dad Tony, former multi-time New Zealand Superbike champion. Mum Vicky's up here as well. Big shout out to them. Thanks so much for New Zealand road racing. It's awesome. We can see 3-bike Team Rees racing team. We go Yamaha New Zealand team as well. They've got their 2 big superbikes out there with Al Hoogie and Jake Lewis. Al, of course, our defending New Zealand Superbike champion, and Jake, a former New Zealand 600 Supersport champion. He's a European World Cup Junior Cup winner back in about 2013. So these 2 really mean business, and they were on the front row when we went qualifying. So certainly setting the standard to keep an eye on. Yamaha New Zealand. I've got Rogan Chandler on their 600 as well. He's certainly going to be one to watch around here. He had 3 second placings in the round 1 at Ruapuna, and they've got their 2 Superstar 300 riders, Cormac Buchanan and Harry Parker, and of course Cormac double classing as well. Got the Supersport 150, so absolutely frantic from that young man last week. 6 race wins, 2 pole positions and 2 lap records. The perfect weekend. He was absolutely flawless, and no reason to suggest he won't be right up there this weekend as well.
Well, thank you from Brad, doing more of our pit walk, and we'll be back with Brad shortly. Just going back to our Timaru Yamaha Supersport 300. Cormac Buchanan, Harry Parker. Yes, that's better. That's a local man making it happen here now on the MTF Finance Timaru Yamaha R3. So he's knocked himself straight into that 2nd place. That's much better from him. So good on you, Harry. And in fact, less than 1 second. In fact, 0.7, only really 3/4 of a second behind Cormac Buchanan. Dave Fellows in there for 3rd. Caleb Gilmore, same 4. Just a matter of which order they'll be on that front row. So good work. So we've seen our super classy front row line up there. I don't see anybody unseating those 4. They are certainly the top 4 by calibre that we witnessed last week. So Justin Maunder. Oh, Jason Hearn. Jason Hearn, how's that? Just got into 4th place. Wow, wasn't even in our top group. That's the Biggles racing star that we've known from gone by. So how's that? Oh, he's back, this man. Number 3 NZ in 2020. And he's got himself in there. Wasn't in contention for the podium last weekend, but man, he is back. Yes, indeed, the BAS New Zealand Dunlop Wild Care Oysters star is right up there. That is great news. Man, I'm pleased to be proven wrong, folks. Just when I said they were our top 4, lock and load them, bang, I've been proved wrong. This is the man. He's back again, so nice to see. And that's the time elapsed too, by the way. So he's just come in there at the last minute. That is unseated. Caleb Gilmore. Blaze Heaven, by the way, has come up into 6th place. Luca Durning for the 7th. Justin Maunder, hard work, man. He was there for 5th. He's been demoted back to 8th. Nothing to what he hasn't done. It's more the fact what the others have done. So there you have it. Matty Berry's still in there on the ASP Fagan Motorcycles Kawasaki. We've got Oliver Ferrer and also down there Regan Bray as well. But let's go to Cormac. Cormac's got it. He's got the advantage. Cormac Buchanan, he will take the bonus point out of that qualifying. So congratulations. Quickly, we'll see if we can get through our top group. And again, Cormac Buchanan, number 1 qualifier, local star, MTF Finances, Harry Parker, 2nd, Dave Fellows from Jason Hearn, now in 4th place, Caleb Gilmore, Blaze Heaven, Luca Durning, and Justin Maughan to make up row number 2, head of Kane Bentley and James Hugenbosom, wrapping up a very good top 10. Back to Brad in the pit walk.
Yeah, it's brilliant to catch the sights and sounds of Levels International Raceway. We're here for round 2 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships, and certainly brilliant to see all our South Islanders. We love coming down here. And this track's certainly one of the real riders' circuits as well. Everyone loves this place. It's very busy, and great to see our local flavour. Motorcycle in Canterbury, hosts of round number 1. They've got a pretty good contingent of riders come down here as well. They've done a lot of laps working together. Okay, we've got former 600 Supersport Grand Prix winner James Hugenbosom. He's going to be riding in the 300 class, so great to have him there. We've got Nick Kane. A lot of work done during the week. Had a mechanical failure and a DNF in race 2 and 3 last week. So he's desperate to try and get that underground Brown Kerry Logistics machine back onto points finishing results. We've got absolutely brilliant stuff to catch up through this pit walk. Big thank you and shout out to CTAS Live bringing us our awesome pictures this weekend. And we'll be live and loud on skysportnext. Can't wait to see this one unfold. It's going to be very exciting. We get great racing here at Levels, and this should be good. The young man, we've talked about him a lot. It is Cormac Buchanan. He is just phenomenal. He was on fire last weekend at Ruapuna, taking 6 race wins out of 6 starts, and really, really dominant. Absolutely brilliant. What a young man on the rise. Check him out on Cormac Racing on social media and follow his endeavours throughout 2021. He's going to have a big year. Another man who's having a big year, SJ Cavell, leading the points in the Pro Twin class as part of the Puline Oils, CD Vandermeer Builders, Eastworld Engineering Highway Tyres team. So a big shout out to the boys there. SJ had a bit of an off in the Friday testing day and a bit of a rebuild on the cards, but he's A&OK. Qualified on the front row as well. So he'll be certainly one to watch when we go racing in the Pro Twins. They get 3 10-lap races this weekend, and the racing in Pro Twins has been absolutely on fire this year, so that's going to be more of the same when we go here. The other one in the Diamond Design CD Vandermeer Builders team is Scotty Moyer on his GSXR 1000 Superbike. He'll be certainly good around here. New tyres this year for Scotty, and just getting that bike all set up. But when he gets his pace out there, he's going to be one to watch. Qualified on the 2nd row in the Superbike class. They get a 10-lap race later on this afternoon, and then 2 15-lappers for tomorrow's program. It's going to be good to see the Superbikes out here as well. They've got 14 on track, including our Superbike B. So keep an eye on that Superbike B. There's 3 of them out there this weekend. We had 4 of them on track at Ruapuna. They were so good to watch, mixing up with the big boys as well. We've got plenty of action coming up. At round 2 of the NZSBK, the New Zealand Superbike Championships. We're looking at the pit walk through Levels here at the moment. We've got a quick lunch break on our program at 2 p.m. scheduled time for our underway. Our 10-lap Superbike race coming up later on the program. It's going to be absolute fireworks. Damon Rees just off lap record pace when we went qualifying, so should be really, really good as we watch this one unfold. All right, just going back through our pit walk at the moment. Some brilliant footage from Grant and the team from CTAS. Do a wonderful job, bring us world-class pictures here. We're going to be live and loud at round 2 here, Levels International Raceway on east coast of New Zealand, South Island, beautiful South Canterbury. The weather's going to be pretty good this weekend in our Trust Aoraki Fabtech Engineering supported second round of the championship. We can't wait for this one. 2.4 kilometre circuit built back in 1967, and in about the 80s I think they extended it out the back as well, so it is a very good track. All of the riders love it, and we should get some great racing. We've got running through the program real quick. We've got a 10-lap Superbike race straight after the lunch break. And keep an eye on that one there. That's there's about 8 guys who can win Superbike races out on track, so can't wait for that. But Pro Twins, they get a 10-lapper race number 2 on the schedule. Supersport 600, they get a 10-lap race as well. Supersport 300 after that. Then we go into our Supersport 150s. We get a 6-lap race for those guys, and then for the final race of the day, 10-lap sidecar race. And it's all on. We've got some great pace from our sidecars when we went practice qualifying. And always some thrills and spills when we get around this tight, narrow Levels International Raceway. Just checking out some of our action. Talked about the number 80 Zach Fuller on his 600. The star of the show at the streets of Wanganui Cemetery Circuit. He had an off at Ruapuna, but the bike's not too bad, so a bit of a repair job this week. And he's out and about. He will certainly be a contender when we go racing. We've got Dale Finch on pole. He was the man on the Scotch Structural Triumph last week, 3 from 3, including the Grand Prix title. And he's put that back on pole this weekend as well. Jacob Pearce running 5th in the championship. And great to have Jacob on the Trevin Pearce Yamaha with Avon Insurance Brokers. He's going to be right there as well. So great top 5 results last weekend for Jacob. And some really good consistent performer. He is that second year now on the 600 at New Zealand Championship level, and really growing into it quite nicely. We've got 7 championship classes all on the line. No support racing this weekend. The noise restrictions here at Levels mean that we need to be on schedule, but certainly love this track. It's one of my favourites, and great to watch the sidecars around here. Big shout out to Carl Cox and the Carl Cox Motorsport team. We've got 2 machines out there. We've got Tracy and Joe on the short F2 machine. That was the one that Barry and Tracy were campaigning on last year. But Barry now got the long bike out again, and he leads the championship on that number 73 machine. So him with Stu Dorr doing the pasturing, they'll be the team to beat out there at the moment. Certainly going to be all on here when we go racing this one here. We're here live at Levels International Raceway. And we've got the first round of racing coming up after the short lunch break. So stay with us. This is going to be brilliant live at NZSBK.
Welcome all to NZSBK 2021 Round 2. Well, Round 1 didn't fail to surprise and thrill us with excitement, drama and some unpredictable results. So we're really looking forward to this weekend as the momentum grows in this exciting championship. This weekend we're at Levels International Motor Raceway for Round 2 of the New Zealand Premier National Championship of Motorcycle Racing. Levels is about 10 kilometres northwest of Timaru in the South Island of New Zealand. Timaru is midway between Christchurch and Dunedin. The official name of this circuit is the Timaru International Motor Raceway, but it is often referred to as Levels as that was its previous name. The original circuit was built by the South Canterbury Car Club and opened in 1967, and at that stage it was just 1.6 kilometres. In 1988 it was extended to 2.4 kilometres and developed to FIA Category 3 standards, which is how it is today. We come here each year for Round 2 of this NZSBK series, as it fits nicely as a follow-up to Round 1 last weekend. So, taking a look at the track, and we start on the front straight. That is the Timaru Metal Recyclers Straight. Immediately after the start we hit turn 1, our right turn, and then turn 2 almost straight after. That leads us a very short straight onto the turn 3 sweeper called Castrol Curve. That sweeper leads us onto the massive Alpine Energy back straight. The bikes will be reaching 275 kilometres per hour before they hit the John Jones Steel corner. It's a great corner, turn 4. It's a great corner for overtaking, and guys will often head down the inside to do a late braking pass, and as long as they can hold it together and not run wide, then they'll often make a pass stick and take them down that short straight to turn 5 from the Cusset Curve, where we lead round to the left through turn 6, another sweeper, a very slight bend to the right at turn 7, and then into the Carter's Valuation hairpin, turn 8. It's right down to maybe first or second gear depending on the rider and the bike. Very sharp right hand turn, and that leads us into the North End Tow Bay, turn 9, where we sweep around to the left and then through some S's at turn 10, and that takes us back onto the front straight. And there we have it, a lap of Levels Raceway, 2.4 kilometres.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just an update that we're likely to start racing at 1:45, a little under half an hour away. An opportunity to join us here in the lovely Pit Stop Cafe. Come on down, folks. If you're spectating here or just in the neighbourhood of Levels International Raceway, come and join us. Beautiful food, nice place to sit and relax in the cool, great public conveniences here, plus the fact that you can wander through the pits free of charge, no obligation, and just wander and see the teams in action. It's a lovely park-like surrounding. There's chairs and picnic tables to choose to sit around, and then you can come out on the embankment and watch our fabulous sport. Yes, indeed, NZSBK, New Zealand Superbike Road Racing Championships, round number 2, race 1 about to get underway. 1:45 today, the update. Hope you can join us. Stay with us for more mighty motorcycle racing here in beautiful New Zealand. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Let's go racing. Yes, indeed. Timaru Metal Recyclers. Cash for scrap. Thank you, Johnny. Your continued support is awesome. Super long-time advocate of our sport. All-round good guy. Former board member of our great organisation, Motorcycling New Zealand. Proud volunteer. Life member of the South Canterbury Motorcycle Club. A legend here as far as racing concerned at levels from 2 wheels to 4 wheels. Of course, mainland muscle car champion. That'll be part of our feature classes here for some great racing with the Down Under Thunder on the 30th and 31st of January. Bring it on here at Levels International Raceway. And we're here for round 2 of NZSBK New Zealand Superbike Racing Championships. Round 1 last weekend at Ruapuna near Christchurch. We take a 6-week break before our 2 North Island rounds at Hampton Downs and Taupo conclude our series in the first 2 weekends of March 2021. Bring it on, Timaru Metal Recyclers and our Superbikes out for their warm-up and ready to go. Superb lineup and a quick reflection of our qualifying today. First, Damon Rees. Second, the 1NZ of Alistair Hugenboozem, followed by Mitch Rees, Jake Lewis, Sloane Frost, Scott Moyer, Jaden Hassan, Daniel Metum, Aaron Scott and Dennis Charlotte. Welcome back to Dennis, having a ride today on the Barrack Sports Bar of Wanganui, supported Total Span Buildings, the dentist of Wanganui, sponsored Suzuki GSXR 1000. And Brad to join us with our sponsors, Fab Tech Engineering and the Trusts Aoraki, and ready to assemble for our first race.
Yes, tantalising prospect here, 10-lap Superbike race, and Damon Rees, more important than pole position, gets himself that bonus point. This championship is going to be all on, and for him to take that 1 point, very exciting. We talk about Timaru Metal Recyclers, cash for scrap, right in Redruth Street in Timaru. They're going to bring us this one here, 10 laps, and this is going to feel like the blink of an eye sort of stuff. The start here at Levels is so important. It's a short shoot into turn number 1. Feels like you've been fired out of a cannon into the Parenco S's. You go around the brilliant turn number 3, the Castrol curve, where if you're setting up your bike around Levels International Raceway, that is the most important corner in New Zealand road racing to get the drive out of there. And then we go down the back straight. 10 corners in all, and it's all on here. Great to have a big field of 14 Superbikes out there at the moment. And this one here, about to get underway. We've got the MTF Finance Timaru medical car in behind them as well. So the lights are going to come on, and then they're going to go out. When they go out, we're going to go, and we're away. Our front row gets a great start. Look at Al Hoogie driving up along the outside as Jake Lewis as well. They're going to be side by side, but it's Damon Rees going to hang on to that one there. Lead them out of turn 2. The 92 Demon Damo, Jake Lewis, a great start of the outside of row 1. He's in second place. Al Hoogie there in third with Mitchell Rees in fourth. And a good start there from Scotty Moyer. So our top 5 flying down the back straight at the moment, and this one's going to be on as we see Jake Lewis pull up alongside Damon Rees, but Damo's just going to hold that inside line. This is going to be a frantic 10-lapper on the edge of our seat.
Well, great to see as we get underway, and looking forward to taking an opportunity to watch him live, loud and proud as we get our update and go round the back of McKissick's completely resurfaced track too, by the way, folks. Brand new seal down there, probably still a little bit green as far as tar seal's concerned. That'll be better in another 12 months' time as it gets right into the race line, but certainly a lot more traction than they might have seen otherwise out there now, Brad.
Yeah, out of the hairpin. Little short shoot, you come around that little right-hander into the bus stop for the first time. It's Damon Rees leading, Jake Lewis, Al Hoogie and Mitchell Rees, and we go to Scotty Moyer there in 5th place. Sloane Frost and Daniel Metum rounding out to our top 7. This is all on here, and Damon Rees doing exactly what he needed to do. Get out in front and try and control this race. Jake Lewis doing a great job in 2nd place, but look at the drive Al Hoogie gets out of turn number 3, so down the back straight they scream at the moment. In our 10-lap Superbike race, we've got a race for each of our championship classes on the program this afternoon, and this one here is looking brilliant as we see those 2 Yamahas, 2nd and 3rd. There's nothing in between them at the moment as they go into the awesome, probably the coolest corner in New Zealand motor racing, the creasing radius left-hand of the McKissick curve. There's about 40 different lines you can take out there, and it's very important to get it right. This one here, look at Mitchell Rees too. He's getting himself in the mix as well. This battle for the podium, certainly red hot at the moment.
Well, trying to get right around the outside of those Yamaha boys so that he might be able to line himself up and overtake 2 at once, but they were going to be too tight on the corner to let that kind of come through down to what we call a bus stop, which is effectively a stop-go again. So it's a right, then it's a left, then it's a right again. So when they come onto the straight, they're not quite as quick as they might have otherwise been if they followed just the general curve through there. Of course, this is the modified track, or the updated track. It's been around now for 30 plus years. and we all love it here at Levels International Raceway. Great crowd in to enjoy racing. Many of them, of course, sit in their vehicles and up on the embankment. Great spectator viewing point to watch all these guys, and they are on for it at the moment, on big time, and it's Mitch putting the challenge in, but it's the MR boys that have got themselves a 2-3, of course. The move that was made then was from Al Hoogie, who went up on Mitch Rees after his just average start. Damon getting to run on the inside, but Jake Lewis, for me, the most impressionable of those on that front row, and he's got that second place, and Brad, he's holding that second place. He's not going to give that up, not even to his teammate Al Hoogie.
No, Al's up the inside. Al's got it done, so Al's now in second place. There it is. You can see the number one there coming out of the hairpin. Short shoot into sweeping left-hander. Now we come screaming into the bus stop, and it is a frantic pace on a Superbike through the bus stop. You've got to get it all 100% right. But it's Damon Rees on the Team Rees Honda flying at the moment. He was a 1:03.4 that last time round. He's got the fastest lap of the race at a 1:03.3, so he is the man to beat at the moment. Al Hoogie just did his fastest time of the race with a 1:03.4, so this is all on. The two out in front match for pace, but it's a second the gap at the moment. So Damon Rees back to Al Hoogie, Jake Lewis and Mitchell Rees. Mitch just trying to pile on some pressure now as well. So Jake, after holding on to second, is now in trouble of losing out on a podium position. So keep an eye on this one here. Don't rule out Scotty Moyer either. He's right there in 5th place, and done some big changes overnight to that CD Vandermeer Builders Pro Moto Dyno Lab Suzuki. He'll certainly come alive later on in this race. So we're only 3 laps into this one here. Got 6.5 odd to go, but it's Damon Rees at the moment, the man everyone's trying to catch, but the man second place, it's Al Hoogie, our New Zealand Superbike champion, and certainly going to have some fireworks expected when these two come together on track.
Well, if you look about probably over the last 3 or 4 years, the most successful rider here in Superbike racing at Levels would be Scott Moyer, and there's the man who looks forward to putting in an awesome bike fight back there in that 5th place. Made a few changes this year, both of motorcycle and also of tyres, and moving up to the Dunlop, so that's a big change for him. 3 different tyre brands in 3 years, so he's certainly been on the pace as far as tyres are concerned, and just when it comes to putting the pressure on through the tight, that's where he seems to show the advantage. Loses out a little bit on the straight, but I tell you what, Al Hoogie has cut down some of that time of pace setter and Demon Damo, so Damon Rees with the front, but Brad, Al Hoogie just peddling him down and maybe trying to even wear him down and to see if he can steal that show.
Yeah, he was 3 tenths quicker on that last lap around, so fast lap of the race now with Al Hoogie, a 1:03.22. So that's quick around here, and then we see that battle for 3rd place. Jake Lewis, Mitchell Rees, that is absolutely on as they go into the hairpin. Scotty Moy getting himself in the mix there as well. So podium positions up for grabs here. There's plenty of points on hand. Just a 10-lap race. We see Mitchell Rees has a big moment out of the sweeping left pit lane corner, so he's lost a lot of traction, a lot of time, and that's going to play in the hands of Scotty Moy. So keep an eye on this one here. We see the lap times last time around, and he's quicker again. So Al Hoogie takes another 3 tenths out of Damon Rees. The gap is now down to 0.3, and he is coming from halfway through this one, and it is Damon Rees, Al Hoogie. That's your top 2. They're flying at the moment. And then go back Jake Lewis, Mitchell Rees, and Scotty Moyer. The battle for the podium raging on. We've got Daniel Medham sitting there in 7th place. Sloane Frost up there in the top 7, Jay Nassan, David Hall, and Dennis Charlotte in 10th place on the Barrick Sports Bar Suzuki. But this one here, keep an eye on this one here, because you can see Al Hoogie has reeled him right into this beautiful McKissick curve, decreasing radius left-hander. It's an amazing corner, and you nearly rip your knee sliders off now. There's that much grip coming around there. So this one here, you can see the bit between the teeth of Al Hoogie. He's now right on the back wheel as they head out of the hairpin. Nothing in it. Race 1 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships at round 2 Levels. And all to play for here at the moment.
All right, Timaru Metal Recyclers, cash for scrap. There's no better name to word it, folks. We're so much into recycling these days. We can take the steel out of buildings. They can even take the reinforcing out of concrete. No matter what you've got is cash for scrap. We want to make sure that we're recycling. Of course, nice to be a member of the Association of Metal Recyclers, which of course is making metal matter. It's been used to be part of our world for hundreds of years, and still continues to be, but making sure that we use the old and recycle it. Timaru Metal Recyclers, proud to be behind our event today. Of course, also a demolition contractors and specialists in that field, and of course through the Canterbury region for the last decade since those terrible earthquakes. There's been a massive amount of work that they've been involved in and reshaping the history and the future of this beautiful Canterbury region. Bring it on, and a huge thanks Johnny and the team as we get excited about racing and looking out for our hot shots in there at the moment as the battle goes on, and it's all on for the team. And there's the number 1, you can see it on the bike. He's putting the pressure in on the 92. I'm sure Damon has felt it, Brad. He would be right on his shoulder. He's got close closer and closer and closer. Every lap he's just crept that millimetre further forward. They come down the bus stop. That is left, that is right, that is back to the left again, and then take an opportunity to come in on the short straight and go down towards the Castrol curve. He is under threat at the moment, but Brad, the one thing about catching is all right, but trying to overtake will be super hard.
Yeah, he got that gap down to about 0.3 of a second. Then Damon Rees has responded, so he's 2/10 quicker that time around. It's back out to half a second, and you can just see Damon Rees, such an accurate rider, just getting that power on as early as he can. We've got battles all over the track. We've got Scotty Moyer having a good little look up the inside of Mitchell Rees, but you're going to have to brake very late to go up the inside of Mitchell Rees. So that gap there, nothing in it as they head around turn 4 on the run to turn 5 and into the decreasing radius. So the battle for third place is absolutely on, as we've got Jake Lewis still doing a good job. He's holding on to third place. Mitchell Rees there in 4th, and Scotty Moyer on the number 2 machine. He's back in 5th place. He'll be desperate to try and get himself into this championship hunt and get as many points as he can. And these guys are absolutely going for it. So last time around it was a 1:03.2 for Damon Rees. So this one here, all on. But Al Hoogie's not going to let him have it his own way. We've had 8 laps gone. We've got 2 laps to go. Right down to the business end of this one here. Damon Rees leads Al Hoogie. We've got Jake Lewis ahead of Mitchell Rees, Scotty Moyer. Then go back to Daniel Medham, Sloane Frost, Jaden Hassan, David Hall, and Dennis Charlotte. That's our top 3. We go to Superbike B with Aaron Scott ahead of Johnny Lewis, and then go back to Heath Boddicker there. So Superbike B, we'll talk about them as we go through the weekend. They're doing a great job here to supplement our Superbike racing program and having a good little battle of themselves. Can't pick the winner of this one yet. With 11.5 to go. You've got to be really, really brave to have a move around Levels International Raceway. But if there's anyone that can, anyone who's done some laps around here and knows how to do it, it's Al Hoogie. He's on the number 1 machine. He's our defending New Zealand Superbike champion. He's on the Blue Crew Yamaha and really piling on the pressure. But this man here, Damon Rees, what a 12 months he's had. Showed us just how good he was when he went to the Superstock 1000 Championship in British Superbikes. And now under pressure, but coming up trumps. So the white flag ready and waiting. We're going to go to a white flag. 1 lap to go. Damon Rees leads Al Hoogie, and that gap still on 0.4 of a second. So Al just slightly quicker than Damo that time around, but has not been able to make enough head roads in there. So it's going to take a massive move from Al Hoogie. We'll see what he can do when they go down the back straight. We've still got the battle for third, but now it's Mitchell Rees who's got himself into third place. So the battle for the podium is red hot. They're heading down the back straight at the moment, but now Mitchell Rees ahead of Jake Lewis, and then going back to Scotty Moyer. So that could finish in any order of those 3. But the one out in front, it's going to take a big move from Al Hoogie. I don't think he's quite close enough into decreasing radius. So Damon Rees, he got out in front, controlled this race, and now is in the driver's seat to take it home.
Yeah, super exciting and great to watch that battle coming down, and it's all on between the battle for that second, because we've had Mitch. He has put his nose up in front at one stage, but it's still there with Jake at the moment. They're on the run. Who's going to get on the podium? One of those guys in your picture at the moment is going to miss the podium. We're not going to see their pretty face come up, but it's all on for the 2. Can't see any changes. Here we go. It is right, it's left, it's back to right again. It's the checkered flag. It's out, it's waiting. It's Demon Damo Rees to take it. Head of Alistair Hugenboos, and that's Honda from Yamaha. Now this trio, anybody's for the glory. Should be Jake's. We should have Yamaha 2 there. Yes, indeed. Yamaha and Honda and back to the Suzuki. Now there you go, Mitch Rees, that's a 4th place. That's his worst result in the championship so far, after going 2-2-3 at Ruapuna last week. So he misses out on the podium, but he will still be in the overall lead for that, because the man that was a threat to him was Jake Lewis. He's only finished those 3 points in front, so that's not enough to have evaporated what I think was already 11 or 12 points. So Mitch Rees is still to lead the championship, although back there in 4th place. But Al Hoogie, man, he's just proving that if he could get off the line, Brad, whoever seems to be in the front out of those 2, I reckon each one of them could hold the other at bay.
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing between those 2 at the front. They're world-class riders. Full credit to Damon Rees. Got out early and controlled that race, got the lead done into a checkered flag. So Damon Rees wins ahead of Al Hoogie. Jake Lewis, what a move he did down into turn 4 to take that final spot of the podium. He had all the work to do heading into the final lap and comes up big. So yet another trip to the podium for Jake Lewis. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Mitchell Rees comes home in 4th place ahead of Scotty Moyer. We then go back to Daniel Medham, who was in 6th place on his Coleman Suzuki. Sloane Frost in 7th. Jaden Hassan gets the M1 BMW home in 8th place. David Hall up there in 9th with Dennis Charlotte on the borrowed Barrack Sports Bar Bright Blue machine. He's in 10th place. Aaron Scott, the first of our Superbike B riders home. He finishes ahead of Dave Sharp in 11th and 12th place. Johnny Lewis gets 13th with Heath Boddicker there in 14th. The bragging rights for the Ducati Championship coming alive there. Those guys in Superbike B, the two Nelson men, going for it. But we're going to cross down to Neil. He's going to have our podium situation there. It's Damo Rees, who got out in front, ticked the laps off and did everything right. He defended so well. He's credited with the win on his team, Rees Honda. Al Hoogie gets home in second place, and Jake Lewis rounds out the podium. So more consistent finishes for Jake Lewis. He'll be thrilled with that. We'll cross down to Neil, who will have our podium.
Well, here we go, a awesome podium here with the salami of the awesome red Team Rees Honda in between the sandwich of the blue crew and the beautiful Yamaha R1s of the number 1 NZ in Alistair Hugenbosom and the 29 of Jake Lewis. So the Canterbury men coming through for the glory, and the North Island Visitor, Invader, Steeler coming through to claim that number 1. So great, we'll have the guys up here on the podium, and certainly an opportunity to get our cream of the crop, and so professional in the way that these guys have presented themselves, and I'm sure that'll continue as we've seen with our other classes. And again, Pirelli Magic showing through again. Power is nothing without control, along with Aon Insurance. Proud to be on board with our update for results. There it is, the professionalism, the handshakes, the drink bottle going on and as well. And Jake Lewis, what an incredible start. That was a real plus.
Yeah, the start was great actually. Damo threw it in there pretty hot into one, so I had to set up a wee bit. But no, really happy. Great race. Bit of a battle with Mitch there, so that was really cool. I need to make some changes overnight to keep up with these two, but yeah, really happy. Big thanks to Yamaha New Zealand, Blue Crew, 360 Logistics, Pirelli, everyone who supports us. It's great to have two bikes back on the podium again.
All right, hey, the resurfacing of the track up at the top end, how's that new start again?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yesterday I think everyone was having trouble with it, eating up the tyres, but seems like everyone's on top of it now. The temperature's a bit better, which is good. But yeah, the seal's pretty good, so no complaints.
Well done, Jake. Beautiful to see. All right, well, Al, a bit of a setback from last weekend, but you put all that behind you and you've turned up. Didn't quite get the break on the line, but you've proved you're a match for Damo. Got to be a confidence booster.
Yeah, what happened last week? We're just forgetting about that one. So, a good restart, second, and to be with these lads who are charging is absolutely awesome. So, we got some points, and we're just going to keep getting more points till the end of the championship and just slowly claw them back a wee bit. So, big thanks to Yamaha and the team for getting the bike back going tip-top again, and we'll see what we can do in the next one.
Excellent indeed. Quality result. Damo, you've still, I'm sure, you too, from your professionalism, gutted for your result. But hey, there you are. A pace setter, 1 point for qualifying and 1 for the win. 26 out of 26 so far. Smile, please.
Yeah, sorry, I'm probably looking a little miserable actually. Nah, it's been a really good day. Obviously, you can't get any more than what I got today. So I maxed out, and I'm really happy, but there's a few things that I want to find with the bike. I'm still not there yet. Maybe 1 lap pace, the bike was a little better, but trying to do it every lap, it was kind of on a knife's edge. I felt the front go a lot then. So yeah, well, hopefully we can find something and test it in the morning warm-up and see how we go. But otherwise, over the moon. The team's worked flawlessly all weekend, and the results show. So just got to get that little bit more fine-tuning done, and we'll be a happy lad tomorrow, hopefully.
Well done. So it just shows you they might be number 1, but they're still looking for perfection. Well done, Jake Lewis for the 3rd, Alistair Hugenbosom for the 2nd, and the number 1 in the hands of the awesome man here, Mr. Damon Rees. Great racing with NZSBK 2021, brought to us by Aon Insurance and Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Of course, powering Prada in the awesome Prada Cup Luna Rossa effort up there in Auckland at the moment with our America's Cup 2021. Bring it on. Great racing here at NZSBK.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Shout out there to all those Superbike competitors. Frantic 10-lap race, and thank you to Timaru Metal Recyclers at home at 48 Redbury Street in Timaru. Cash for scrap. Thank you to Johnny and the team bringing us that New Zealand Superbike Racing. Brilliant stuff. Some pace there from both of those boys out in front. And full credit, Jake Lewis. Another podium visit, so more championship points, getting himself right in the hunt. Coming up next, we've got a 10-lap Pro Twins race brought to us by King Street Motors right here in King Street, Timaru. This one here, 10-lap race. Carl Hooper, S.J. Cavell, Jared Horn, Alec Butson. That's going to be the front row, so all our top contenders right up the business end. We've got Vaughan Main. Christofori on the Yamaha, so the sole Yamaha out there. He's in 6th place, row number 2. Nick Southerwood and Chris Burt rounding out to row number 2. We go to row 3, Angus Boyd, Joshua Double, Al Weir and Sam Davidson there in our 12-man Pro Twins race coming up next, our 10-lap King Street Motors event. And great to hear the sound of the beautiful twin-cylinder machines going at it here for 10 laps. All right, we are formed up here, 12 on the line, ready for the 10-lap King Street Motors Pro Twin race here. Race 1 for the weekend for them, and a pretty hotly contested championship. We've got on pole position Carl Hooper. When the lights go on, get all important start here. Great start with row 2 from Vaughan Main. He's certainly one to watch, and Carl gets the job done on pole position. Flies around turn number 2 on the 28 machine. We've got S.J. Cavell there in 2nd place. And a good start from Jared Horn. So these guys were 1, 2 and 3 all weekend. Last weekend, Ruapuna, round number 1. And these guys on a hot pace here at the moment as well. So front 3 going off in the distance. Alex Butts and Vaughan Main and Nick Southerwood, 4th, 5th and 6th on track. And these guys are competing for the Hillbilly Cup. We'll talk about that a few times over the weekend. Real silverware up for grabs, these guys here. Auckland-based riders going at it. So this is going to be good as we get this one underway. We're in lap number 1 of 10. And Carl Hooper, he was a superstar last weekend and already on his way to success here. S.J. Cavell and Jared Horn, 2nd and 3rd in this race here, and they are desperate to try and cling on the back of this guy here to stop him from running off with this one here. They're into the hairpin for the first time. Good line there from S.J. Cavell, gets it all nice there. So he's going to pile on a bit of pressure. We'll keep an eye on this one here. The front 3 already sort of drift off into the distance. This was the top 3 we had from last week, and looks like we're going to have a similar podium look this time around. It's all on here. So 1 lap down and 9 laps to go. Some brilliant pace from these guys here as we got Carl Hooper, S.J. Cavell, Jared Horn. That's the top 3. We got Alex Butts and Vaughan Main. Christofori up there now in 6th place, ahead of Nick Southerwood, who's dropped down to 6th place. Chris Burt, Al Weir, Angus Boyd, Josh Double and Sam Davison there. That's our top 12 as we get right in the thick of this one here.
All right, King Street Motors, thanks to Daryl and the crew down there. King Street Motors here in Timaru, the South Canterbury capital. Great to have an independent motor vehicle workshop getting in behind our event, and that's what I like. Very successful businesses like that are always great to support back again. Why? Because they're being independent. They're not aligned to a franchise, so no matter what make of vehicle you've got, they'll know what's right for you. Or they'll know, for example, that you can, if you go to a garage and sometimes they'll be saying, oh, well, we're changing your filter, we're using a manufacturer's part, but there are some very good aftermarket parts to use, and a garage will be doing it for you in the interest of you, the customer, and not necessarily that of the brand that another company is representing. So shout out to King Street Motors, proud to be supporting our racing this weekend. Love having them on board, not just your car, but your bike and your boat and anything that goes with it. All the warranty fitness services, plus of course your vehicle testing as well. Take it to the best. It's King Street Motors right here in Timaru, proud to be behind racing. And Brad, looking out for that one. SJ Cavell picking up the game. The 36-year-old certainly starting to feel a little bit of pressure when it comes to racing, because he came into the event as almost the pre-race favourite, but Carl and at times Jared are undoing him.
Yeah, this is really good from that front three. They're on the 109s, all three of them in the 109s. Fastest lap was Carl on a 109.4, so he's got half a second of gap, but the gap in the battle in behind is absolutely electric at the moment. We've got Alex Button, now Chris DeFiore now up into 5th, ahead of Vaughan Main and Nick Southerwood, but there's 4 of them separated by not a lot on track. We've got one down in turn 4, the John Jones Steel left-hander, so hopefully everything's A-OK. We'll try and catch an update there, but I think it's our race leader. I think it looks to be Carl Hooper. He's up and OK, but drama only on lap number 2, and it looks to be the 28 of Carl Hooper who is down. We've only got one in the front, so we might have lost SJ as well. This is packed full of drama. We've got the 74 Jared Horn. He's in the bus stop well on his own, so we've got Jared leading them through the bus stop. That's going to mean we're going to have Alex up into 2nd place. Chris DeFiore's now found himself in a podium spot with Vaughan Main and Nick Southerwood there now up into 4th and 5th place, as we've lost our 2 race leaders. So this is massive drama. Well, not only in the race, but in the championship as well. And
I thought so too, Brad, because that was a lot of dust just for one bike. So I've got an idea the 2 of them have gone out together, which is why there was a significant cloud. And they've gone over there behind the fencing area, so I'm sure they'll be okay. And we certainly haven't got a red flag, so there's no serious incident as such. That would have been called certainly seconds ago by now. So obviously they're okay, which is great news. But that's proving the pressure is on for those guys. And man, what's the DNF done to those efforts that we've seen? So hey, look out, Jared Horn. He could even be the front runner on the overall points at the end of this race, and he's on his own as well, Brad. So let's hope in his mind he says, well, I'm not going to do what those guys did, and even buttoning off half a second should still give him enough of a buffer. Great bit of ride.
Oh, absolutely. He's just got to get this one home now. He had a massive 4-second advantage over Alex, who was in 2nd place, but now it's Chris DeFiore, the lone Yamaha out in the field. He's managed to get himself into 2nd place now, so he's flying. He was back at about 5th or 6th early on. He's done the moves when it counts, and now look at him go. The number 40 from T. Kofola on Fortune Botany Honda supported Yamaha MT-07, so predominantly the Suzuki SV650 out there, the MT-07, the Yamaha 650 Twin, and they've been over in the last 12 months to do some modifications to the bike to be a bit more comparable. And look at Chris, he is flying on his one at the moment. So Jared Horn now to a 5.1 second advantage over Chris DeFiore. There in 2nd place, Alex Butson is the man on the bubble in the podium. Vaughan Main, Nick Southerwood and Chris Burt, that is 4th, 5th and 6th position. But Angus Boyd, Josh Double and Al Ware with Sam Davidson now getting up inside the top 10 on the Ducati Monster. So we've got 3 different manufacturers on display here, and great Pro Twin racing. And Jared Horn from Whangamata could end himself with a massive championship points lead after this one.
I'm already excited, Brad, because I'm going to talk to 2 new riders at the podium at the end of this one, because we've just been talking to those same 3 for all of the 3 races at Ruapuna last weekend. Bang, we've lost 2 of them in Carl Hooper and SJ Cavell. So we've only got Jared as a repeat performer to be on first 4 podiums of the first 4 races. But we're going to have either Chris or Alex join. Look at us, we're all on here at the moment. So just when the pressure comes on, maybe a change, I'm going to squeeze up on the inside. Oh, I think it might be. I think you might have made that one stick. Looking out for Alex Butson. So Alec had it, lost it. Chris was there. He didn't have it, then he got it. Now he might be losing it again. So good toing and froing going on. And all the time that kind of fighting happens amongst 2 guys on the racetrack, that's just allowing Jared Horn, the man from Whangamata, the plumber extraordinaire, he's just out in front cruising, because the pressure is staying off him when you've got 2 guys fighting behind him. They're just worried about each other, and they've just allowed Jared to break away from the bunch. So it could be one of the biggest winning margins we've seen in Pro Twin racing. As Brad's been talking about, 3 different manufacturers and models of bike. The key significance, of course, they're around that 650cc. There's some difference in cc capacity depending on what the manufacturer is as to how much power they produce. They're another production-based class, so you can't go and doing any turbo boosts or anything of significance to the power of the machine. They've still got to run on pump gas as well. In fact, the only sort of major change you do is suspension. You can actually completely take out the manufacturer's suspension and put your own in, plus in the front do some changes as well suspension wise. The exhaust as well is something that you can change, but the motor itself's got to be completely standard. So too for things like airbox and handlebars and a tank on them and many of the other parts that make a motorcycle. So when we talk about production base, these are bikes that can be brought off your Suzuki, Ducati or Yamaha dealer and literally registered, put out on the street, or in our case sold and put onto a racetrack. And who knows, the history of these bikes might see them back on the street one day. A lot of guys go aftermarket fairings as well, which means that they've got the original fairings. They use race ones on the bike. They can put it back and make it look like brand new. Just had one lady owner done a couple of laps at Levels. Might be all that they put on their CV on Marketplace or Trade Me at the end of it. So Brad, what an upset.
Yeah, this is all on here. So Jared Horn, 5.9 second advantage. So the man on the KIP Racing Pirelli tyres machine from Whangamata. He is on Dream Street at the moment, and remembering you've got to have the same set of tyres in the entire weekend. So these guys have got to be conscious of that. We're early in the weekend, they get 3 10-lap races, and this place is very abrasive on tyres. So for Jared Horn to be able to just relax in there, cruise home, he's got a 5.9 second advantage, nurse those tyres home, and he's flying. So there we go with that one there. The battle for second is raging on. Alex Butson's now in second place ahead of Chris DeFiore, and they're lifting each other's pace right up now. So Jared Horn, he's now dropped into the 111s. He was a 109 earlier on in the race, so just knows he's got to nurse those tyres home. And the guys at second and third are actually quicker on track now, but still that gap over 5.5 seconds. So keep an eye on this one. Alex Butson and Chris DeFiore hammer and tongs to the podium. We've got Nick Southerwood in fourth place, Vaughan Main doing a good job on the number 49 the Springs Electrical machine. That's fifth place for him. Chris Burt, then Angus Boyd, Josh Double, Al Ware and Sam Davidson on that beautiful sounding Ducati Monster. That's our 10 runner still going as drama in the championship. Pole position man and winner of 2 of the 3 races last weekend, Carl Hooper, is down in turn 4 alongside him, the man who won the New Zealand Grand Prix last week in SJ Cavell. So drama in the championship and playing right into the hands of all these other guys here. We've got 10 still out on track. We've got 3 laps to go and hot pace here from Pro Twins thanks to King Street Motors.
All right, Carl Hooper, SJ Cavell, 2 of our hot shots from last week of racing, and Carl Hooper and SJ Cavell, we saw the puff of dust, and it was a significant bit of dust, and first of all, let's claim somebody and realised that our race leader had gone. Bang, the race runner-up had gone as well. We're not sure whether they came together or was a coincidence they went down at the same spot, but certainly gives us a reason as to why there was a larger than expected puff of dust as they went trespassing, went off the tar seal and onto the dirt. These bikes aren't made for doing that, and they've gone down and bit the dust. The good news is they must be A-OK. We've not had a red flag call. They've safely got out of the way. The bikes obviously are well enough off the track as well. If a bike's laying on the track, there'd definitely be a red flag call. So well done to the organisers, knowing exactly what to do. 2 guys might be down, but the race is not out. So great work there from a race control point of view. Yes, indeed, King Street Motors right here in Timaru. It is 650 Pro Twin Racing. These great bikes, in fact, a class that proved in the top 3 last year. Somebody like Zach Fuller, who's gone on to great heights and being in our top 3 for the Suzuki International Series, and one of those running top 4 or 5 now, of course, in his debut year in our Supersport 600. So a very good christening ground of Pro Twin Racing. So you've sort of got a 300 Supersport, you've got a 650 Pro Twin, you've got a 600 Supersport, and sort of a tier of racing as riders progress through their excellence in the sport. They can either be in any one of those 3. They're proving to be 3 of the great classes as a build up to those that end up in Superbikes. There's very few talented riders that would go bang and end up by straight in Superbikes. There is a nurture ground, a nursery for them to have ended up in there. So nice to watch some great racing out on the track back. Our C-Test coverage here on Sky Sport Next, showing it up at its brilliant best as well.
Oh yeah, this is all on here. So Jared Horn back into the 111. So the guys behind him were quicker on that last lap around, but a massive moment from Alex Button. He nearly lost the front end of that SV650 when he went out to the hairpin. White flag out, we've got 1 lap to go. Jared Horn, he scored a massive 5.7 second advantage. So it certainly looks like only a mistake from here is going to cost him that one there. And the battle for second now firmly in the hands of Chris DeFiore. He has got about a second gap back to Alex Butson. So Alex, that mistake, very, very costly and lucky to hang on to it, really. He was way out of shape and got that thing wrestled back together, but that's the battle for the podium as we see it. Nick Southerwood, Vaughan Main still have that great battle going on. There's less than 2/10 of a second in that battle for 4th and 5th place. Angus Boyd, Josh Double, Chris Burt, Al Ware and Sam Davison still our top 10 runners at the moment. But for this man here, never been to Levels International Raceway before yesterday. He's come out swinging today. He's had a bit of luck go his way, but take nothing away from the KIP Racing man. Jared Horn's going to take a Pro Twin Race 1 win here on the weekend. We're going to go back to Christopher Fiore. He's going to hang on for second place, and Alex Butson, who has the last lap of his life. Went into the 1:0.10.5. That's his fastest lap, but unable to get back into second place. So that's the podium update. Jared Horn, Christy Fiore and Alex Butson. And we go back to Nick Southerwood. Vaughan Main, that's how they finish 4th and 5th. Angus Boyd and Josh Dole there. Well done to those guys there. And 6th and 7th, Chris Burt's going to finish in 8th place ahead of Al Ware. And we've got Sam Davison on that Ducati Monster, finishing in a 10th place there on the number 11 machine. So, whoa, what a drama-filled race that was. King Street Motors, Pro Twin Racing, and a big podium shake-up is out. 2 of our championship contenders down at the end of the back straight into turn 4. Hopefully they're A-OK. We saw Carl Hooper, he was up and walking away from the machine, so hopefully we're going to have some racing from them tomorrow. We're going to go down to Neil in a minute, who's going to have our podium. And Jared Horn gets his first win in 650 Pro Twin Racing. That's going to feel real good. Full credit to the KIP Racing team. Shout out to Lee. And apologies for last week. Got a few calls wrong there. So on the number 28 machine, just the same sort of colour scheme as Benno Rosendale's bike from the year before. Not actually Benno's bike from the year before. So we'll correct that one there. Full credit to Lee, doing a great job there in KIP Racing. And his man, Jared Horn, is going to take race 1 honours here in Pro Twin Racing. And then behind him, Chris Fiore on the sole Yamaha in the field. That's going to feel pretty good for him to get up there. And then also Alex Butson's going to get himself a podium finish in Pro Twin Racing. So that's our podium. We'll cross down to Neil, who will have our presentations.
Is that how we get it?
Hey, fabulous to have this podium. More importantly, 2 fresh faces on the podium. I'd love it if we could do this every racing. First of all, Alex, man, some upsets happening out there. And you were on the edge of it too.
Here, had a bit of a moment in the second to last lap where it came out of the hairpin and had a massive tank slipper, had to lift off, just about went off the side of the track, and Chris sneaked up the inside and I just didn't have enough time to get back.
Hey, mate, I saw that frustration as you went over the line, the fighting spirit of it. You were so disappointed. Yet, hey, congratulations, you'd achieved so much.
Yeah, annoyed at myself, but I'll look back at this and be pretty happy with the result. Nice to see some heavier boys up on the podium rather than sort of 70 kgs. Guys are pushing that triple digits.
Oh, that is so nice. Christopher, welcome back, mate. Nice to see you. Hey, you put the MT up there just to prove that it's not a Suzuki race. Bang, here you are, fresh out of racing and straight into Levels. How'd it feel?
Oh, yeah, it was good, man. I had a great race. That's probably one of the best races I've had for ages with Alex there. So, yeah, no, great. Really, really pleased. Could have done with a better start, but anyway, whatever.
All right, what do you think of the resurfacing down there and this Levels Raceway?
Oh, it's really good. I mean, it's super grippy. In fact, it might be a bit too grippy at the moment, but yeah, no, it's great. It's great. Really good.
Nice words. Thank you, Chris. Nice to see you with us. Jared, congratulations, mate. Your first time ever at this place. Here you are in the #1 position. How do you feel right now?
I don't really have any words, to be honest. It's that sums it up. Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate with what happened to Carl and SJ, but I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I came down south to finish races, and that's what I plan on doing. And if it means I get the top step, I'll take it.
Well, in fact, you've been on the podium. You're the only one to have been on the podium in every race so far, so that'll put you in the lead for the points now. You've just got to keep it up. How are you going to do that?
I'm just not going to
yeah, I'm not going to take any silly risks, you know. Like I said, my goal is just to bring it home, take it easy, and, well, not take it easy, but yeah, keep it upright, and yeah.
Did you see what happened to the other boys? They were just around your company at the time. Did you see what happened?
Yeah, they both did exactly the same thing and lost their front wheel in the bumps on turn 4.
All right.
Yeah. And thankfully I was just back enough to watch it all happen and go around them.
Learned a lesson from that?
Oh yeah, definitely. I was staying right away from those bumps.
Staying right away.
Yeah.
Oh, cool to see a new winner, brand new man here at Levels Raceway, all the way from Whangamata, and he joins us here on the podium. So nice to see Alex Butson. Well done to Alex. He's made it. Chris, only his first round this year, and back here again at Levels. And for Jared, a first-timer and already on the podium is number 1, and our new points leader for glory in our King Street Motors Pro Twins. Bring it on, part of our action with NZSBK 2021 with Pirelli. Power is nothing without control, and Aon Insurance. Insurance for you, available everywhere at every time, with more brokers around the country than any other brand. Bring it on with Aon, protecting our lives and our possessions.
Fantastic. Well done to our Pro Twin race 1 for the weekend. What a cool podium that is there. And thank you to King Street Motors, Daryl and the team there. Check them out at King Street Timaru. Phenomenal. We've got 2 more races for them over the weekend. 2 more 10-lappers on Sunday. And can't wait for that one there. And hopefully A-OK. So we've got a bit of a bike recovery going down out of turn 4. So hopefully the machinery and men of the number 28 and the number 41, Carl Hooper and SJ Cavell. Hopefully they're okay. We'll get that one updated when we know what's going on. But phenomenal stuff here at round 2 of New Zealand Superbike Championships here in beautiful Levels International Raceway, just about 10 kilometres north of central Timaru. Brilliant 2.4 kilometres. Coming up next, we've got our 10-lap Supersport 600 race. This should be a really good one. Dale Finch on lap record pace when we qualified. And don't discount the likes of Rogan Chandler, Zach Fuller, Avalon Biddle, Seth Devereaux, and Nick Kane as well. So keep an eye on this one here. Coming up next, 10-lap Supersport 600 race, brought to us by MTF Finance in Timaru. Steve and the team bringing us this action here.
Set up here for the podium, but the bike's not making all the noise running like past 8. Yeah.
Hey, we're delighted in our next Supersport 600 to have legend of our sport, Mr. Brian Bernard, joining us. And if you didn't know a lot about Brian, you're about to know even more. More importantly, one of the good guys of the pits, and I say that in front of him, but behind his back, I tell everybody just how bad he is. And giving our sport a bad... No, I'm just joking. Lovely to have Shelley joining us as well. More importantly, to have Michelle here. Now, Michelle, well, you just sort of think into the name. There's probably quite a few Michelles around that follow our sport, but none better than this lady who does so in sidecars. And Michelle, a week ago, you wouldn't have even known what you were in for, but just give us a quick run of how you were feeling this time a week ago and then what happened during the week.
Well, we came in for a great practice day at Ruapuna on Friday and ended up taking a tumble around the inner hairpin, falling off there, and it was a bit shooken after that. And then Saturday raced well, and then Sunday we had another almost upside downsy, which a few of you have probably seen on Facebook actually, and then thought I'd survived the whole weekend, not doing too bad, still managing to come 7th in first step 2. Then I had my appendix blow up on Monday, so I've had that out today. So luckily I've got the lovely Kelly Pitt filling in for me. So she'll be swinging on number 69 with Mark Halls today. So I'm just glad I can be here to watch, really.
And even Brian Bernard sniggering in the background. You haven't even had a good as week at that in your life, have you?
Oh, mate, that's legendary. Jeez, what a tough girl.
Here, that's why we want everybody to hear a story. So if you didn't catch it in her meek and mild voice, it was the fact that had a couple of almost and had one fall last weekend in sidecar swinging. This is her first debut year, and by the way, then feeling a little upset with the stomach, thought it was a bit of food poisoning to start with, and cut a long story short, within 48 hours into hospital and her appendix out, and here she is recuperating to join us this week. Now, also, I've been told from a very good source that she's got some bruising around the thigh area as well, from the fact of just what a hard time the sidecar had given her. And we'll talk to her more about that as we come up. But Brad, here we go with another good 600 race, and we're going to get some expert comments from Brian Bernard during this one.
Yeah, this one here, scheduled for a 10-lap trip here, the MTF Finance Timaru. MTF helping New Zealanders to do more since 1970. Of course, it is 50 years of MTF Finance. You'll see the bright yellow machine of Avalon Biddle heading up row number 2. She's got the number 50 on board as well. So this one here, Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler, Zach Fuller and Seth Devereaux, the superstar front row. We've got plenty of quality on the second row as well with Avalon Biddle, Nick Kane, Tarvin Walker and Hamish Fox there as well. Luca Durning and Jacob Pearce round at our 10-man strong, and with our girl power of Avalon Biddle, don't count her out. She's on the inside of row number 2, but how good her starts were last weekend. This is going to be all on, so when the lights go out, we're going to be flying here at the moment, and the great start, Rogan Chandler. Also for Dale Finch, it's the front wheel up in the air, but it's going to be Rogan Chandler who's going to lead. Seth Devereaux around the outside on the MV Augusta for Hallicraft Racing. He's got himself in the mix as well as Rogan Chandler, Seth Devereaux. Then go back to Dale Finch and Zach Fuller with Avalon Biddle. They're nearly side by side heading out of turn 3 and down the back straight for the first time. This is going to feel good. Rogan Chandler comes down the South Island just trying to get some good quality championship points. Finds himself in the lead of this one here. 10-lap race. Anything can happen. We've already seen plenty of drama in our pro twins. So check this one out. This is going to be hot pace. Dale Finch was right on lap record pace when we qualified, and we are expecting some fireworks here in a 10-lap 600 Supersport race.
All right, Dad, it's all on at the moment. MTF Finance Timaru, and here at the moment with Brian Bernard. And Brian, we've been sort of talking about the fact that from our point of view, we just love talking about it, but you've actually been out there and done it and raced it. And we've now actually got a lot more technology that's coming into the sport, in fact, more so than in your heyday of racing. And these 600s, you've got to get every little bit out of these bikes.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's and with the rules the way they are, and everyone abiding by the rules, of course, it's hard to get any sort of horsepower advantage over anybody. So it's so much of it's down to fine tuning and just getting the rider on pace.
Well, indeed, fine tuning, most of that suspension type work.
A lot of it is, yeah. There's only so much you can do with the engine department and the tuning, the engine tuning itself, but yeah, getting suspension dialed in is a big part of it, absolutely.
In fact, people don't realise, but the speed that these bikes go, and a small bump is exaggerated because they're doing, in excess of 150 kilometres an hour in many parts of the track. It's a matter of keeping that wheel on the ground. After all, if it's not on the ground, it's not getting traction.
No, that's right. It's all about traction and tyre life with the longer races tomorrow. Tyre life, particularly at a track like Levels here, where you're on the left-hand side of the tyre for such a long time. After a long straight like that, the left-hand side of the tyre cools off, and then you've got a real fast left and then a big double left, and it's really hard on the left-hand side of the tyre here.
All right, so great to see, and Brad's given us an update of racing. We'll catch them when they come through. A quick one again to say that what about the things like riding position and handlebars? How much work's involved around that kind of area, chassis, etc.?
Oh, it's not too bad. Once the rider's settled and got the bars and everything where he likes it, generally it all stays there. It's really, really little increments after that. Once the rider's comfortable, I like my bars here, I like my levers there, all that kind of stuff. Once that's done, it pretty much sits that way all season.
Is that a personal choice rather than what's best for the rider? There's no one thing to say you should be riding like this?
No, it's all personal choice, yeah. Unless you get an oddball rider that likes his handlebars upside down, which I have had many years ago, and I hope he's not here listening today, but I did have a rider on my team many years ago that tried his handlebars upside down in the middle of a national championship event, and it didn't go very well.
Indeed. Thank you, Brad.
Yeah, this one here raging on. Rogan Chandler still leads ahead of Dale Finch, but Dale Finch put the fastest lap in the race that time around, a 2:33, so 1:05, 2:33. There's absolutely nothing in the battle for the lead. Rogan Chandler still leads Dale Finch. The battle for third is raging on. It's a three-way fight between Seth Devereaux, Zach Fuller and Avalon Biddle. So that one there, Seth Devereaux got that Helicraft Racing MV Augusta off the line really well and now doing a good job holding on to third place. So check this one out. We've got the two race leaders ticking off lap number 3. And then we go back to that three-way fight. So the podium is absolutely anyone's at the moment, but the top two have been class acts so far this summer and starting to run away with this one there. They've got over a second of a gap back to Seth Devereaux. With Zach Fuller and Avalon Biddle there. We've also got the update. Nick Kane there in 6th place. Tarbin Walker is in 7. Hamish Fox on the number 70 machine there. 8th place. Luca Durning and Jacob Pearce rounding out our top 10.
Right, Brian, these machines as well as trying to get everything out of the engine, as we know, they're actually a production-based bike, so it's not as if they're tuned just to be solely a race bike, and with restrictions on motor performance, we've got to get the best out of it. We hear them when they're changing gears, and we almost hear this bang that goes on, and you think, hold on, what's going on here?
Oh, yeah, a lot of that's the quick shifter. The quick shifters, different types of quick shifters will either cut the ignition for around 65 milliseconds, or they'll cut the fuel. So the ones that cut the ignition system, this bike is still pouring fuel into the cylinder and the spark is removed for a split second and then fires again, so there's extra fuel in there, and a lot of it, that's what that popping and banging is.
Yeah, just when you think of why is the machine going to go like that, because you'd think you're losing something in performance when it's almost backfiring in our old terms.
Yeah, no, that's the old carburetor days, Neil. We don't get petrol on our hands anymore.
Excellent to see indeed. Right, to start, and we talk about that part as well. What about the fact that when these guys are braking, they're going to be shifting down gears as well, but we don't have to use the clutch the same as we used to?
No, they have all those auto blip systems now, and with Dennis riding our Superbike this weekend, trying to teach him very quickly, because he's old school like myself, where we didn't have traction control and we didn't have the auto blip and slipper clutches and all that stuff. So now once they've let the clutch out in first gear, that's really the only time they use the clutch lever until they pull back into the pits.
Hey, this would normally be a class that you'd be extensively involved in with Richie, having been the champion last year. Now he's stepped up to Superbikes. Unfortunately, a crash from Ruapuna, so taking a little bit of a break. But you worked with Richie last year. How enlightening was that to be working with a young, dynamic man like that who went on to win the title?
Oh, it's fantastic. Richie's so good to work with. And being a mechanic himself, he can explain things to me a lot better than, say, a rider that's not quite so mechanically minded. And of course, any time that we're in a wee bit of a hurry, Richie gets his leathers down straight away, straight into the toolbox, and he's a great help. He's a real asset.
Great to see. All right, Brad, what's going on in the racing? Can Seth Devereaux still hold on for third place? After all, this is his favourite track. If ever there was going to be a chance for him to be on the podium, it's here at his beloved Levels.
It's absolute drama for Seth Devereaux. He's gone down in the hairpin, so he's already nursing a big injury. He got a bad dislocated shoulder from an off at Ruapuna, and was doing a fantastic job in third place there. And unfortunately, just talking to Seth this morning, just how much of a riding style change he's had to do. He doesn't have the use of his left shoulder, so using his knee to pick his bike back up and around a track like Levels, where your left side is vital. He was just having to change a bit too much, and unfortunate stuff. He's got the Helicraft Racing MV Augusta sideline for this one there, but to full credit to him, he did self-recover that machine so he can carry on racing, so full credit, and the rest of the 600 Supersport owe him a beer for sure for carrying on with this one here. We've got just 5 laps to go. We're halfway through this one here, and Rogan Chandler still hanging on, but Dale Finch in the 104.6s that last time around, so these guys are really fighting it now. We're half a second off lap record pace and flying. Rogan Chandler, Dale Finch, nothing in that fight as they head down the back straight. Zach Fuller has now found himself in a lonely old third position, so he's doing a really good job as we watch Dale Finch try and go up the inside of Rogan Chandler. I think he's got that move done, so what a move. We've got Dale Finch now up the inside and into the race lead, so 4 laps to go. Dale Finch leads this one ahead of Rogan Chandler. Then we go back to Zach Fuller. Great job from Zach in third place. Avalon Biddle, Nick Kane and Tarbin Walker our top 6, with Hamish Fox, Luca Durning, Jacob Pearce and the 10th man, Seth Devereaux, sidelined unfortunately in this one.
Barrack Sports Bar Wanganui Ace Team Manager, the legendary Brian Bernard, joining us here. And Brian, so many features, and thank you for highlighting us about the mechanicals of these bikes. Being completely production based, there's only limited ways you can do it. Gearing perhaps is another one to talk about. You want to have your bike performing with the right revs and the right gear to suit the circuit. So from a more open circuit like Timaru to here, does that involve a change?
A lot of these circuits run very, very similar gearing. A lot of it can come down to rider preference. And there's two trains of thought on that. Some of the guys will gear their bikes so they're getting the top of top gear, like maximum RPM and top gear at the end of the longest straight. Other guys won't worry so much about that, and they'll gear it so that it pulls perfectly off most of the turns to get better drive off the corner. So again, back to personal preference, and the gearing does change a tooth or two. External gearing I'm talking about, the sprockets, not the gearbox itself has to remain standard.
Yeah, great comments, hearing these expert comments. First of all, Brian, from a racing point of view and all your legendary work, former Superbike champion, professional racer in America, people probably forget about that at times. Is this still a good way to be involved as a statesman like yourself now, rather than throwing your body on the line and on a bike?
Boy, that seems so long ago now, Neil. I'd almost forgotten about that. Thank you. I tell a lot of people it's a terrible addiction. I've been in the sport for almost 40 years now, and it's even just to say that makes me cringe, makes me feel like an old man. But I just love it, and it's the camaraderie, the family feeling of being in the pits and all that, the preparation, the travel. I just love all of it. You know, it suits me my whole life.
Well, indeed, and you are the life of the pits as well, and we look forward to that continuing, because it'll go on after dark, won't it?
Oh, we like to have a bit of a laugh in our pit area, and we're known for possibly sitting around and having a barbecue and a beer at the end of the day. So if it's not fun, why do it? So we try to make it fun. All of our riders, all the international riders I've run that have come here from the States and from Australia and all that, have all had a great time, and they're fond memories.
The legendary having with us Brian Bernard. Back to Brad, who's giving us an update on the race on the track.
Oh, this is an absolute cliffhanger. We've got Dale Finch and Rogan Chandler. There's been a lead change about 6 times in the last 2 laps. It's absolutely frantic pace. We've got the white flag ready and waiting. Dale Finch is out of the short left-hander on the way into the bus stop. It's Dale Finch ahead of Rogan Chandler, but Rogan is looking fast. So this one here is certainly not done for yet. We're still in the low 105s when we cross the line. And Dale Finch completely flying at the moment. He's got 0.2 of a second, but there's nothing. Rogan gets out of turn number 3 really, really well, so keep an eye on that one there. And if you can get him down the back straight, it's going to be all on. We've got Zach Fuller still in 3rd place, but he's 4.6 seconds off the pace. So looking like 3rd's about the best he can hope for. He's got a comfy gap back to Avalon Biddle in 4th, so great ride from Zach Fuller on the Team Rees Honda. But Avalon Biddle is Nick Kane there in 5th place after some bike troubles last week. Good top 5 result from Nick. We've got Tarbin Walker, Hamish Fox, Luca Durning and Jacob Pearce out there at the moment, but it is all Dale Finch around decreasing radius he goes, and just goes right into the hairpin here. So Dale Finch on the Scott Structural Triumph. Rogan Chandler's right there and behind him, but it's going to have to be a desperate move from here. They go left again into the pit straight left-hander and then head towards the bus stop. It's going to be the Scott Structural Triumph of Dale Finch. He's going to hang on to this one. He's through the bus stop. Neat and tidy, and a good job for Dale Finch. He's going to take race 1 on as Rogan Chandler chase hard. He got himself right in the mix. And we go back to Zach Fuller there in 3rd place. And there we go. When they crossed the line, it was less than a 10th, 9/100ths of a second between Dale Finch and Rogan Chandler. That's what they've been like all summer. And Dale Finch carries on his winning ways ahead of Rogan Chandler, Zach Fuller. Then we go back to Avalon Biddle, well done to Av, another 4th place. More consistent results for Av. Nick Kane, Tarbin Walker and Hamish Fox, our top 7. With Luca Durning there ahead of Jacob Pearce. So good performance from those two there, 8th and 9th place. And Seth Devereaux, unfortunately, on that injured left shoulder. He is trackside with his Helicraft Racing MV Augusta, but full credit certainly gets the Sportsmanship Award of the week so far for picking up that bike with an injured shoulder and self-recovering it off the track so we can carry on racing. The top 9 runners out there in our MTF Finance Timaru Supersport 600. It's Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler and Zach Fuller, your podium. Avalon Biddle, Nick Kane, Tarbin Walker, Hamish Fox, Luca Durning and Jacob Pearce. Rounding out our top 9 as we carry on with our massive program here. And thank you to MTF Finance Timaru for that one there.
All right, just before we go to our podium, still with Brian Bernard. Brian, 40 years of racing, that's a few moons ago to recall, but let's talk about levels here at Timaru. As you've said, you've got a soft spot for coming down the south. Beautiful people, beautiful place. What's your best memory? What is your best result? What sort of comes to mind when you think of levels and think of heyday of racing? Something that really rings out for you?
Oh, well, probably not so much of a fond memory, but many years ago, when young Jake Lewis's dad was still racing and me and him were racing superbikes and that here, Rob Lewis we were at a test day here. I think it was a Thursday. There was no flag marshals, nobody else here, and and I'd gone across the start-finish line this way as Rob had gone down the back straight, and at the end of the back straight, Rob's bike threw a rod out the front and oiled the whole end of into the braking area at the sweeper down the back there, and unbeknownst to me, I ripped down the back straight there, full noise, and at top gear, crashed my bike.
In the oil that he left behind.
In his oil, yeah.
You thanked him very much?
I did, and because we're good mates and have always been. And he's standing, he says, "I'll try and just show you." He was standing on I didn't see him, of course, but he was standing there waving on the side of the track. But it was too late. I was already off the bike.
Great stories. Thanks for joining us with Shelley. Please come back again tomorrow, and we'll catch up as well with our rest of our team here shortly. Coming to you next, it's the podium.
Yeah, brilliant scenes down there at the podium. Our MTF Finance Timaru Supersport 600, and they've got two 15-lap races tomorrow. That's going to be an absolutely brilliant prospect. Of course, they get 2 fronts and 3 rears for the weekend. It's tyre wear allocations, so this track pretty hard on tyres, so the more these guys start fighting, the more it's going to be all on for the end of the weekend. But credit to Zach Fuller on the podium at New Zealand Superbike level. Absolutely brilliant. Supersport 600, our podium is Zach Fuller, Rogan Chandler and Dale Finch. We'll cross down to Neil, who has our presentation.
Well, here we go for the manufacturer's glory. 3 guys on the podium, 3 different bikes from 3 different race teams representing their various brands. First of all, to Zach, we had you up on the podium for the Suzuki Series. Started off a little bit quiet at Ruapuna, but here at Levels, do you like this place?
Yeah, it's quite flowy and suits my sort of style. So and the boys have got the bike dialed in for me this weekend, which is a big help. And yeah, a good way to bounce back after last weekend.
All right, have you got some parts out there on the track that you like, that are suiting you, that are giving you that good third place?
Oh, I love the bus stop. Hey, it's wicked going through there. Yeah, especially on the 6, bit slidey, and yeah, it's good fun. Great to see. Well done, Zach. Nice to be part of it as we check out with our runner-up in here, and to Rogan. Hey, Rogan, you had a share of it, and you had the best of it. Then what happened?
Yeah, it was a bloody good battle. You know, going back and forth with Dale. It's nice to be a bit closer this weekend and really, you know, give it a go. I got a good start, which was real helpful, and sort of just tried to lead from the front. But as soon as Dale went past, I knew it'd be a bit of a dogfight, and we came together outside the hairpin, which is it was fun. It was good. It was good racing. You know, he's real clean to ride with, so I was pretty happy with it.
Good to see, taking the positive out of the negative as well. So nice one, Dale. Well, no matter what the opposition throws at you, you can bounce back, you can come through, wins every time. How's it feeling?
Yeah, Rogan was riding really well in that one. It was I was just sitting behind him, and then he got past, and I could see that he was faster in a few places. I tried to make it up where I could see I was faster. It was a real good battle. There was a bit of touching going on, a bit of moving around, but that's racing. Really enjoyed it.
All right, indeed. Hey, a place like Levels, just a few k's down the road from your home base in Canterbury. You like this place?
Yeah, I love this track. I hold the lap record here. I set last year, but since I've done the new seal, it's changed so much. 3 sessions yesterday still wasn't enough for a local rider, so I can imagine these North Islanders are battling the track.
Yeah, great to see. All right, so here we have another quality program. NZSBK 2021. This is our Supersport 600. Third place, Zach Fuller up here. Well done, Rogan Chandler, keeping up in second place, but you can't deny this man. It's Dale Fitch taking the #1 position again, courtesy of Scott Structural on that beautiful Triumph. Bring it on, NZSBK with Aon and Pirelli, our super sponsors of a super event, coming to you courtesy of MTF Finance here in Timaru.
All right, coming up next on our program, our Timaru Yamaha Supersport 300 10-lapper. This should be very good. We've got Cormac Buchanan, Harry Parker, Dave Fellows, Jason Hearn. What a front row that's going to be. Caleb Gilmore, Blaze Heaven. We go back to Luca Durning and Justin Mauna. That's row number 2. Kane Bentley, James Hoogie, Shane Miller and Logan Rao. That's going to be our awesome row number 3. We've got plenty on here, all to play for. As our Timaru Yamaha Supersport 300 racing is about to get underway, but can anyone stop this man here? Cormac Buchanan, he won 3 from 3 last round on the number 28 Blue Crew Yamaha machine. One to try and spoil the party will be the number 24 Harry Parker, the local man from Timaru Yamaha and MPF Finance Timaru. He is a very fast man around here. What a good start those two boys get there so well. Cormac Buchanan leads Harry Parker into turn number 1. We've got plenty of action here. A lot of guys can get up for podium positions here. It's good to see Jason Hearn. He didn't get the best start there, but on the pace this weekend. But Dave Fellows and Caleb Gilmore having a good fight there, 3rd and 4th place. So keep an eye on this one here as they head down the back straight. It's Cormac Buchanan, Harry Parker, then we go back to Caleb Gilmore, Dave Fellows. Then we go to Jason Hearn ahead of Luca Durning, rounding them out. They're nearly 3 wide as they head into turn number 4. These guys are on at the moment. This is going to be 10 laps. We're going to see lead changes many times. Some good tussles there. And great to have a massive field, 19 Supersport 300 competitors out there. And shout out to the girl power of Eve Scrivener. She is entered in this one as well. So check this one out here. We've got a 10-lap Supersport 300 race thanks to Timaru Yamaha. And drama for James Hugenbosen, not making the start of this one here. So a bit of drama already as one of our top contenders sideline already.
A little bit of bad luck, and back again to our awesome story with Michelle McLean. First of all, Michelle, the sidecar racing gig for girls, it's not exactly sort of like a common sport. It's not netball or hockey. What got you hooked?
I actually came to watch one of my good friends, Becky, come and race a classic sidecar in Taupo in either late October, early November, and decided, well, I like the fun, I want to give that a go. So she introduced me to as many people as she could, and I got lucky and marked a spot on the F2, so jumped straight on.
So then once you hopped on, was it the buzz that you had thought it was from standing on the side of the track?
It's definitely a lot of fun, and it doesn't feel as fast as the numbers suggest. But yeah, I've loved it, haven't stopped smiling.
But what about the fact you've been talking about these bruises, and for a lady to talk about bruises, I tell you, there might be some bloke who'd end up in court for something like that, but you're knocking yourself around. It obviously is super hard.
Well, they did look at me a little bit sideways in the medical clinic when I turned up with some tummy pain and all these bruises all over me. Reassured that it wasn't trauma related. Well, it wasn't this particular thing that was trauma related. It was a few days ago I fell off. But yeah, there's a few bruises that happen. I'm still learning and we're still gelling as a team. So when I learn where every handhold is and how to race each track individually, then I'm sure the bruises will get less and I can put more padding where I'm expecting them to turn up.
So you're super keen to make the next 2 rounds in the North Island?
Definitely said I'm trying to make it to Hampton Downs in 6 weeks. They said that should be enough time for a good recovery. So all going well, I'll take it easy and work my way back up, and I'll see everyone at Hampton Downs.
Well done, Michelle. Thank you very much for spending the time with us. Brad, what a super lady. Man, what stories.
Oh, absolutely brilliant stuff. We've got a lot of awesome ladies in our sidecar field, and full credit to them. They do such a wonderful job. I take my hat off to them. Couldn't do that for sure. We're our top 7, even our top 8 riders in the 112s last time around. The fastest man on track was actually the man in 6th place, Luca Durning, on the Barrack Sports Bar Dentist machine. These guys here, genuine 5-way fight for the leader. This one, Caleb Gilmore, led by 1/10 of a second when they crossed the line. Cormac Buchanan, Dave Fellows, Jason Hearn. That's the update at the moment. Caleb Gilmore, 2nd row start, and by the time we crossed the checkered flag strip after lap number 1, he was in the lead already. So this man has got the bit between the teeth. He is leading at the moment. Harry Parker ahead of Cormac Buchanan, Dave Fellows. These guys here had some great battles at Ruapuna. With Jason Hearn in the mix on the BAS expansion joints, Biggles racing machine as well. Everyone is on fire here at the moment. So this one here, look out for this one. It's Caleb Gilmore at the moment, but this could change at any moment. All in the 112s again. And this time it's Jason Hearn that goes the quickest lap. So almost inseparable lap time. They're all within 2/10 of a second. The entire top 8 lapping in the 112s. And this one's going to be frantic pace. The Timaru Yamaha Supersport 300 with 2 laps down. And we've got 7.5 laps to go.
And look at that out from that third rider, Cormac Buchanan. He's great at doing that. First of all, he comes out of the Castrol sweeper, but then he tucks up on the left-hand side or the inside of the straight so that the riders behind him can't get a slipstream advantage. Slipstream's been a huge amount in this racing. As you can see, they're bunched so tight together. If you can get behind another rider, you actually get sucked along. We see it with the peloton and great cycling, of course. We know all about it from the likes of the Tour de France and other events at the moment, of course. I think there's a great cycling event happening in the North Island, New Zealand over this weekend. Wishing all those fellow sports people, we love them and appreciate them as well. So, but it's that philosophy of what you get, and in fact, it's the practice of perfecting it and how you get it. And Cormac knows the advantage it is. So rather than trying to take the advantage, he wants to stop anybody getting an advantage on him, and he moves over the side. So then when he does all his hard work, he can then perhaps get the projectile. See that? And he's just done the work nicely, because there's that little bit of a gap now back to fourth. See, we go 1, 2, 3. Now, it might only be about 2 bike lengths, but every part of that will be crucial. But Brad, what's happening here for Caleb Gilmore? This is unreal. I thought if anybody to be in front of Cormac, it was going to be Harry Parker. Yes, Harry's in front of Cormac, and he's back to third at the moment. But Caleb Gilmore proving that's no one-lap wonder. He's out and flying.
Yeah, absolutely. Just moved to the South Island in the last 12 months, and under the mentorship of Dennis Charlotte, he's done a lot of laps around levels now, and did the King of Ruapuna series, the King of Level series, and has got that bike set up beautifully. As they go down the back straight, Cormac Buchanan's going to pull up alongside his teammates. So the two Yamaha Blue Crew boys are absolutely on fire as we go into turn number 4. Beautiful, fast left-hander. Caleb Gilmore leads now from Cormac Buchanan ahead of Harry Parker. And Dave Fellows has now got himself in the mix as well. So Dave Fellows has now moved up into third place. This is all on here. These guys are going to be chopping and changing. And we're nearly at half race distance. It feels like we only just started. These guys are absolutely frantic. So Timaru Yamaha right at home at Timaru. Down the main road, timaruyamaha.co.nz. Check them out. They're bringing us this action here. It's on here at the moment. Caleb Gilmore still leads Cormac Buchanan. Bearing in mind, these guys have got to keep the same set of tyres for the weekend. It's the same with the Pro Twin class. So these guys do have to be in mind about that. This place is very crucial to keep tyre wear and up your sleeve. Cormac Buchanan up the inside, so he's got that job done into turn number 1. The Parenco S's, what a line from him there. He'd come from way back. And this just shows you how classy he is. So Cormac Buchanan now leads Caleb Gilmore, Dave Fellows, Jason Hearn, and Harry Parker now slipped back to 5th place. So Harry now the man with work to do, but he is on the borrowed bike this weekend. Had a bit of engine wear on the cards after round number 1, so credit to how well he rode up there. We've got Jason Hearn in there. Kane Bentley's got himself into the mix as well, so we've got a full-on 6-way, 7-way fight there, and fastest man on track. The first man to go into the 1:11's Kane Bentley on the first of the KTM's home, back in 7th place.
And Brad, he is only 0.9 of a second behind the race leader, so that top 7 is separated by less than 1 second. That is frantic. It's fantastic. It's what we want to see, and it's because of the rules. Production-based racing, can't do many changes to the bike. This is a fabulous little R3 Yamaha. You can pick it up from your favourite Yamaha dealer and go racing on it. It's the same bike you use to cruise the road or go to work on or commute around the likes of Auckland. This would be a mix of, you know, your main South Road, Great North Road, but get it out on the motorway as well. And you've got an awesome bike here that can be a package to go racing. Look at this from Cormac. Now that he's gone to front, he's broken clear. The other 6 behind him haven't got as many answers, so he's just put in an exceptional lap in the lap that counted. He'll be gutted for the fact that he'd made the hiccups, I'll call them. It wasn't a mistake, it was just a hiccup. It just didn't go to his plan. That he was actually there and 1, went back to 3, and then he fights his way back. It's all the tactics, the thinking. It's a preparation going on. In the pits this morning, you'd think he was a lonely guy sitting in a chair. He's got his headphones on. He's just thinking about what he's going to be doing for racing, concentrating on that. This is a kid, folks, that's going to Red Bull Rookies, the greatest indoctrination into world motorcycle sport that there is. It is the cup that really has our champions of the future, and that was proved in 2020. Jean Mir, our Suzuki MotoGP champion, is actually the first Red Bull rookie to go on and to be a world champion, and that's the potential of what we've got here with Cormac Buchanan. 14 years of age, he can't even ride or drive on the streets of New Zealand, yet here he is racing at his fastest on our most brilliant racetracks. Bring it on. Last weekend, 2 GB titles, 6 wins out of 6 races, 2 poles, so bonus points, and 2 records and breaking the lap records. The most exceptional talent we've seen in many years. Cormac Buchanan busting clear in this lineup for our 300 class. Brought to us by Timaru Yamaha.
Yeah, he's put the hammer down too. He's 1:11.1, so he's much quicker than anyone around him. He's got a 2.5 seconds now ahead of Caleb Gilmore. Harry Parker's got himself into 3rd place, so after slipping back to 5th a couple of laps ago, he's now got himself right in the hunt here. So this one here, Harry Parker's going to want to use all his local experience. He's the man from Timaru Yamaha. He's on the MTF Finance Blue Crew Yamaha. He's flying at the moment. 3rd place for him. Dave Fellows, what a good job Dave's done. up here in 4th place on the TR20 machine. Jason Hearn still on the hunt as well. There's any one of these 5 riders that can win this race. Luca Durning and Kane Bentley, they're still in touch as well. 6th and 7th. We've got Logan Rowell, Blaze Heaven, Regan Bray. That's our top 10. We go back to Shane Miller, Dylan Byrne, Justin Maunder, Ollie Fura, Matty Berry, top 15 for Matty. Well done to Matty. Qualified 20th at Ruapuna, ended up with 17th overall. So this will be some great championship points for her. We go back to Alyssa Walton and Esmond Williams, our top 17 out on track, and they did not start for Eve Scrivener, so hopefully everything's okay with Eve. Had a bit of a crash in the qualifying session, so just hoping she's okay as we get this one coming down to the business end. 2 laps to go now for Cormac Buchanan as he crosses the line. He was a 1:11.1 last time around and doesn't improve his lap time. A 1:11.6 that time around. But stretch that advantage out even further. So he's 1.6 seconds clear of now the man from Timaru in 2nd place. It's Harry Parker. He knew what he was doing the whole time. He slipped back to 5th place about 3 laps ago, and then he just slowly got them back into the hunt, and now finds himself in a good quality 2nd place. So we'll look out for the man on the number 24, Harry Parker. A 2-time winner of the Alan Ramage Memorial Trophy. We need to touch on that because the top 12 fastest Supersport 300 riders qualify for the Alan Ramage Memorial. We have 3 3-lap races back to back to back, and you get a front row, middle row, and a back row start. Frantic pace and really good action, so keep an eye on that one. That's the final race on our program tomorrow afternoon, and these guys will turn it on for sure. We've got this one here, lap and a half to go. Cormac Buchanan leads Harry Parker and Caleb Gilmore, but the battle for the podium certainly raging on at the moment.
Yeah, great to have Michelle McLean with us at the moment. Michelle, one of our swingers. He's actually a paramedic based on a rescue helicopter, so there's nobody that would be probably as calm under pressure as you would ever have around Michelle. Michelle, were you listening to yourself when you were feeling this appendicitis coming on? All the great paramedics, of course, will be telling you to keep it calm. And how did it actually feel like it was traumatic for you?
Not really. It was more of, I just thought I'd put it down to race nerves after Friday's whoopsie when I fell off the back. And then again on Sunday when we had a bit of a moment coming around the inner gear pin. So just put down any butterflies in my tummy just to that, and then it wasn't until Monday when I was like, oh, actually it's getting quite bad, I better go get some pain relief for it, and then it just got worse from there. And in the back of my mind I was like, it's probably my appendix, but I was trying to tell my body, just make it be food poison just so I can race this weekend. Wasn't the case, but luckily it wasn't burst or anything, so it'll be a simple recovery. So hopefully, Hampton Downs, I'll be back in action.
All right, great. Thank you, Michelle. Back to you, Brad.
Oh, we've got some drama go and unfold in this one here. Cormac Buchanan still leads this one, but Harry Parker has had to pull into the pits with mechanical problems, and also Jason Hearn and Dave Fellows have come together and had a crash in turn number 3, the Castrol curve. So we've had drama on the white flag lap. 1 lap to go. Cormac Buchanan leads this one at the moment. He's now all on his own as well, coming through the bus stop and takes the checkered flag. So a win for Cormac Buchanan, and the drama's unfolded. We get Caleb Gilmore coming home in 2nd place, and on the podium for the first time, Luca Durning. Oh, fantastic stuff. Kane Bentley will finish in 4th place, the only other man to go in the 1:11s with Cormac. So what a top 4 that is. Blaze Heaven gets up 5th place, Logan Rowell in 6th. We've got and flying over the line thick and fast now with Regan Bray, Dylan Byrne, Justin Maunder up into 9th place. Shane Miller will get 10th. And, oh man, such drama. We've had Dave Fellows and Jason Hearn crash out of this one, and Harry Parker has had to pull in with a mechanical, all within the space of the final couple of laps. So this one here, more drama than you can shake a stick at. And now, Timaru Yamaha, Supersport 300 10-lap race, and we needed all 10 of those laps to find out what was all going to go on. But take nothing away from the race win. Cormac Buchanan, absolutely phenomenal. He's won 4 from 4 so far in this championship, and that will feel really good. And his championship rivals, 3 of them have not finished this race here. Caleb Gilmore, he'll get credited with 2nd place. Luca Durning, he'll feel awesome on the Barrack Sports Bar, and the dentists supported bright blue R3. Great result for Luca. He's getting better and better every time he goes out on track, so phenomenal stuff. Kane Bentley, good 4th place in Blaze Heaven. We'll get the 5th place. We've got Logan Rowell, Regan Bray, Dylan Byrne, Justin Maunder and Shane Miller. Cool top 10 there. Matty Berry's going to get up in 11th. Well done to Matty. Great championship points there. And more of our awesome female races here at NZSBK. Ollie Fura, Alyssa Wilton and Esmond Williams going to get up to 14th place. Dave Fellows, Jason Hearn, Harry Parker and James Hoogie, the non-classified runners in that one there. Well, while it all unfolded in behind him. He did the job halfway through the race, got out in front and put the hammer down, did a 1:11.1. So he's not far off lap record pace, but good luck over those tyres for the entire weekend. So just did enough. Ends up winning by 4.3 seconds. The young teenage sensation from Invercargill on the Blue Crew Yamaha. We'll cross down to Neil, who will have an absolutely ecstatic Team Yamaha and their man Cormac Buchanan's going to win 4 from 4 in Supersport 300 thanks to Timaru Yamaha there. And Caleb Gilmore, he was early race pace setter, has to settle for second place ahead of Luca Durning. So cool podium. We'll cross down to Neil, who will have our podium celebration.
Just as we're waiting for our class to come in, one of the mentors of our up-and-comers, I've got with us Dr. Steve Bagshaw. First of all, Steve, is this class proving to be everything that you dreamed about?
Yeah, mate, yes, thanks for sneaking up on me like that, Neil. Yeah, anytime. Look, this is the breeding ground for future champions, isn't it? 300, it's the introductory class in World Superbikes, and it's the best place for the young riders to learn their racecraft here.
Well done, thank you, Steve. There you go. See, I did jump up on Steve, but I knew he would give us his professional point of view, and a man who's been involved in our race scene for a long time, and it really is promoting the talent that we've got in our sport now. So cool. You look at the age of these people out here, folks, these riders. This is fantastic. We've got a 14-year-old winning for a start. This is our introduction to motorcycle road racing. Exactly as Steve pointed out, this is the intro class at a World Superbike event. You will have these 300s as well, and that they are effectively the same bike as these. Yes, they're allowed to do a few different things that make a point of difference, but basically the same. So what you see in New Zealand is what you see on TV. World Supers, certainly hope to see them no matter what the world is plagued with for 2021. I'm sure we're going to have much more racing than we had in 2020, and we look forward to seeing a fine World Superbike Championship. Superbikes and MotoGP, of course, the point of difference is the fact that the Superbikes are based around production motorcycles, whereas MotoGP are based around a factory build, but like Formula One or supercars, you know, the point of difference that there is a Formula One car bears very little resemblance to the same one that anybody would drive around the streets and roads of New Zealand, or for that matter the world. So pretty darn cool to see. Down on the ground, boys, it is a little bit easier actually, so pretty cool stuff. Oh, this is an absolute thrill. We had it in our Pro Twins before. We had 2 newcomers to the podium, and we've had the repeat of that with one of them for sure this time. And Luca, congratulations. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels great to finally get out on the podium for 300 and Nationals. It was a hard race. I caught up to the group here and there, but they slowly break away. Unfortunately, with Dave and Jason taking each other out, that's luckily put me in 3rd place.
Yeah, but you've got to take those things. But what an intense group. The 7 of you up front earlier on, that was so cool. How was it like to be part of that?
Oh, it was amazing. It was hard with everyone changing left and right, here and there, down the straight and in the corners. But congratulations to Cormac and Harry Cormac and Caleb, sorry, for pushing it out, staying in the front.
All right, hey, for you, what does this do? Are you feeling more of a confidence booster? You're one of the busier riders here today doing 2 classes, but do you still like this 300?
Yeah, the 300s is amazing with mainly the passings down the straight rather than the corners. But it's good to be up in the front finally, and yeah, it's good.
Well done. There he is, the man from Whanganui. Great story, Luca. Thank you for the speech. Caleb, you've joined us again up there. Man, oh man, I tell you what, so much happened during that race. That was more drama than some places have in a week.
Yeah, no, that was a hectic race. I managed to get a good start, so I was real happy about that, to be in 3rd position. It's always good to get out the front early, and I broke away, I think, a little bit, and then these boys were just hunting me down the whole time. I was just waiting for Cormac to come past and try to tag on and follow him, but he's carrying some unreal speed, so I thought I'd just try and stick onto him for as long as I could. But the race went on, and we're standing here on the podium now, so I'd just like to thank everyone for that. It's all because of you guys that makes this possible for me, so thank you guys so much.
Beautiful words. Thank you, Caleb. Look at the hair here. It is indeed. Well, Cormac, taking nothing away from you, you're a top-class rider, but you had to work for that one. 3rd place, Cormac Buchanan. It's as if something went wrong.
Yeah, the start was a bit hectic, and you know, I tried to get past Harry as quickly as I could. When I got past him, I just put my head down and got past Caleb into turn 1, so I was pretty happy about that, and then tried to just build a gap, try to put some good pace, and you know, that was really, really good fun. I thought I got a good start, but apparently not. They passed me down the straight, so I was a little bit worried about that, but then once I got past them both again, I was putting some good pace, so thank you to YSS. Without you guys, bike would probably be just crashing on every corner. Thank you to the whole Yamaha team, because without them, you know, I wouldn't be where I am today. Mum and Dad and Tony for coming down, and thank you to everyone that's helped out, and without you guys, I wouldn't be here.
Look at that, what an average age here, folks. This is a 14-year-old superstar joining us up here. Fantastic program for our NZSBK 2021, brought to us by Pirelli in conjunction with Fab Tech, and of course, we love them as well. Trust Aoraki, putting community money back into community sport, like right here at Levels International Raceway. We're here at Timaru, NZSBK 2021. Hope you're having a great day. Bring it on.
All right, coming up next, our corporate print, Supersport 150. We've got a 6-lap race scheduled here, and we're going lap record hunting as well. We're under lap record pace when we went qualifying, so this is going to be very, very exciting for this one here, as we've got it all unfolding here at our second round of the New Zealand Superbike Championships, our Trust Aoraki Fab Tech Engineering NZSBK Round 2. At beautiful sunny Levels International Raceway. We're going to get underway. 6-lap race here. This one here is going to be awesome. Corn Buchanan is fresh off his win in 300 Supersport racing. He's going to line straight up on the #1 machine, defending Supersport 150 champion there on pole. Samuel Guthrie on the 34, young man from Rolleston. He's out there on his Yamaha R15. And then we've got the girl power. Had some great battles for the podium last week. Georgia Elvin on the 17 and Olivia Goddard on the number 39. We've got two Jixers in there as well. The Suzuki GSX-R 150, Billy Fuller and Hamish Boyd out there. So keep an eye on this one. 6 riders out there. And we're going to go racing with a 6-lap Supersport 150 race. Horror start for Georgia Elvin. So she finds herself dropped right back. Corn Buchanan and Samuel Guthrie are going to get away pretty cleanly as well. But look at this one here unfold. 6-lap one here. Thanks to corporate print, web print, and signage and design. commercial printing and digital offset. We've got corporate.co.nz at home at Grey Road in Timaru, bringing us this one here. So these guys get a 6-lap race today. They also come back tomorrow for 2 more race 2 and race 3 on the program for them, and they will be a 6-lap race to start the day, and then we've got a 8-lap race coming up later on in the program. So 2 6-lap races and an 8-lap race, and it's going to be whether anyone can stop Cormac Buchanan. He won 3 from 3 last week at Ruapuna. He got the fastest lap, which was a lap record, and he got the pole position point. He's already got pole position here, so the bonus point sneaking out his championship points advantage already before we've even got one race underway. Samuel Guthrie's doing a good job there, so the young man on the get-off moto, Yamaha R15 in there in second place. It'd be good if he can hang on to the back of Cormac and see if he can get it a bit of a tow. These two were certainly the top 2 last weekend, and then we was left the girl power podium fight at the moment firmly with Olivia Goddard on the number 39 machine with a horror start from Georgia Elvin, but she's already caught back up and piling on some pressure. So this one here is going to come down to the wire, that podium battle. We've got Billy Fuller, the head of the Jixers, so well done to Billy on the Kiwi Rider White Line Suzuki. She's there 5th place in the race, but first the Jixers home. We've also got Hamish Boyd there in 6th place, so that's the number 35 machine coming around the Castrol curve, turn number 3. Great little corner on these machines, just about flat out through there, and scream down this awesome back straight here at Levels International Raceway, as we've got 1 lap completed of the 6 years. Going to be feeling pretty frantic, but we're going to check out lap records here. So when we were here 12 months ago at Levels International Raceway, they'd recently resurfaced the McKissick curve, decreasing radius left-hander, and that meant 6 out of our 7 championship classes all set new lap records last year. The only one that didn't was in the sidecars, so keep an eye on that one there. But the Supersport 150 lap record, a 1 minute 28.43, so a 1:28.43. When Cormac Buchanan qualified, he was a 1:19.7, so well underneath lap record pace, but they can't give out lap records in qualifying, so it has to be done in a race. And he is on Dream Street at the moment, absolutely flying. Cormac Buchanan crosses the finish line, ticks off another lap here, so he's got 4 laps to go, a 1:21.9. So as these tyres get some pressure in them, get some heat in them, they're going to get quicker and quicker as these laps unfold. So a 1:29.9, 1:21.9. He's already within a second nearly of his lap record pace. Samuel Guthrie, good job there. He's keeping touch in second place, 3.5 seconds back. And then go back to this great podium fight. These guys were absolutely on it last weekend. Olivia Goddard narrowly ahead of Georgia Elvin. Georgia got the horror start, but certainly making up for it. So the young 20-year-old aircraft mechanic, aircraft technician from Christchurch, pulling up alongside Olivia. So side by side that battle there. Olivia on the 39, the race supplies Yamaha, and then Georgia dives up the inside. I think she's got the job done already. So the second and best member of the Hallicraft racing team has gone up into 3rd place, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Our thoughts are with Seth Devereaux. He's got a badly injured shoulder and had another crash in race 1 of the 600 Supersport, so hopefully he's doing okay. We'll go and give him a hug after this one here, but at the moment his teammate doing a great job. 3rd place for Georgia there. I'll go back to Olivia in 4th place. We've got Billy Fuller still there in 5th place, and Hamish Boyd, but no question who's in the lead of this one here. Cormac Buchanan, the young 14-year-old sensation from Invercargill, been selected for the MotoGP Red Bull Rookies for 2021, and follow him on Cormac Racing. He's really good to follow on social media, so keep an eye on that one there. Samuel Guthrie, a good job there in 2nd place from Rolleston. On the get-off, easy as cleaners, and he and I ride oils and lubricants, so great to have Samuel Guthrie here. He was racing with his father and his grandfather at Ruapuna at round 1, and talking to Sam, he's on his own this weekend, so got to do it all himself. I think Dad comes back to help him out tomorrow, but full credit to Samuel Guthrie. Great job out there in 2nd place. But at the moment, that's the update. Samuel in 2nd, Georgia in 3rd. We've got Olivia in 4th, Billy running out to our top 5 with Hamish Boyd there in 6th place.
All right, just got Michelle here. We've been talking with in the background at the moment, our sidecar swinger that come to her first national season of racing. First of all, Mark Halls, and choosing to go with Mark in the F2. What a super nice guy. Did you find it comforting that there was somebody as nice as that to be the swinger for, Michelle?
To be honest, I probably would have taken what I could get, but I'm absolutely over the moon with our pairing. Yeah, we get on really well. We're gelling well as a team, and Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, it started off pretty promising with the Suzuki Series, and we had 6 wins from 6 starts, and that was pretty incredible, being my first ever time on a sidecar. So, yeah, hopefully this year we'll just practice all the tracks, and then next year we'll give them a run for their money and try and get on those podiums.
Yeah, indeed. All right, Whanganui Cemetery Circuit, what did you think of that?
A bit bumpy. It was really cool having the crowds in the street, and all different things to think about, like the camber of the roads and extra little hazards that you got to look out for. But overall, yeah, I loved it. It was a great time.
Hey, this event's the first one that Chris Thorough, the lady that owns the sidecar, actually won't be here. You've had the privilege to meet her. Is she a nice part of the team?
It's so great to have an extra pair of hands ready that when we need anything done, there's 3 of us that can put the sidecar back together on the 5-minute call in the 2 minutes. We've definitely noticed her absence here, so yeah, I hope she gets better soon. She flew home because she was feeling unwell, and with me having my surgery, she didn't want to risk me getting any complications. So yeah, hats off to her for looking after herself and the team, and I hope she's watching from home, and hopefully we do well today without her.
Well done. Thank you, Michelle. Lovely words. Michelle McLean, we're talking with swinger extraordinaire for Mark Halls in our obsolete iron sidecar racing. But unfortunately, Michelle, if you missed her story, felt a bit of a tummy bug, just thought it was a bit of food poisoning or something last weekend. Cut long story short, 48 hours into hospital, her appendix out, and here she is, still back and watching the sport that she's only just become part of, but certainly passionate to show. And Brad, 150 racing, and this is just darn cool. And it's to think that half of the field are our girls.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. So these Yamaha R15s are going to come out with about 18 or 19 odd horsepower. They got race fairings on them and a little bit of stuff to them, but pretty much this thing here is the same what you can buy from your local Yamaha dealer. And Corn Buchanan, a 123.52, so a new lap record. A 123.52. Corn Buchanan, was only really a matter of time. He's just going to get quicker and quicker. We're going to get the white flag is out, so we've got 1 lap to go. So keep an eye on that one. He might. I'm not going to write it down yet because I think he might even go quicker again. Corn Buchanan, absolutely on fire. This young man is a true sensation. Samuel Guthrie there in second place. He's done a few laps at round levels and consistently lapping in the 124s, doing a really good job. So he's got second place, pretty comfy there. 12 seconds back. From him is George Relvin on the Helicraft Yamaha. So great to have that girl power fight for the podium. It was all on last weekend. They had a 3rd placing each heading into the Grand Prix, and it was really cool to watch that unfold. So Olivia got up there in 4th place. Billy Fuller, the first of the Jixers home, so it's important to think. I think they come out with about 12 horsepower, so they give away a lot of power to these liquid-cooled Yamahas out in front. So Billy Fuller, the first of the Jixers home, and top 5 here in Supersport 150 racing. Hamish Boyd there in 6th place. He's on another one of the Suzuki Jixers as well. See the checkered flag come out, and Cormac Buchanan is going to cross the line and win yet another race. He's won so far 8 races from 8 starts in New Zealand Superbike Championship racing. He's double classing this year, and he's absolutely flying at the moment. Samuel Guthrie, take my head up to Sam on the Get Off Moto. Good work from Sam on the number 34. He finishes in 2nd place, another quality result there. And then it's looking like it's going to be the number 17. So Georgia Elvin on the Helicraft machine. She is going to finish in 3rd place. So yet another good podium position for her. Olivia got right there in 4th place. So that one there, only 2 seconds down after 6 laps. So keep an eye on that one all weekend as Olivia just gets better and better every time she goes out on track. Billy Fuller, who had a decent advantage at one stage of that race, is going to narrowly hang on to 5th place ahead of Hamish Boyd. So credit to Billy Fuller on the Kiwi Rider White Line Suzuki, and then go Hamish Boyd there, rounding out our top 6 here, Supersport 150 racing, thanks to Corporate Print, Corprint, corprint.co.nz, corprint.co.nz, right here at Grey Street in Timaru for all your design, print, signage and web. Thank you for them bringing us our Supersport 150 action. That 6-lap race was absolutely brilliant to see. Cormac Buchanan, a 123.52, a new lap record here in Supersport 150 racing. And coming up next, the final race on our program today, our sidecar 10-lap race. That's going to be brilliant. But right now we're going to cross down to Neil Ritchie, who's going to have our NZSBK podium for Supersport 150 and a return to the podium for Cormac Buchanan, Samuel Guthrie and Georgia Elvin.
Well, here's our Hallicraft team, Joe's Garage and their NI lubricants on board in third place. The number 2 then for young Sam. Another great effort from the Mega Motorcycle Centre, Get Off Moto Bike. And, of course, the number 1 for the team Burt Munro Challenge, Yamaha Racing Rogers Motorcycles, the country's number 1 Yamaha dealer for over many good years. Proud to be Yamaha in beautiful Southland. We'll, of course, be there. We're counting it down now. Just, what are we, 4 weeks away. 4 weeks away for the Burt Munro Challenge. So thoroughly looking forward to that awesome weekend. Bring it on. So more details, go to burtmunro.co.nz. Another Fabo podium as we see the class. And again, those winning Pirelli caps reign supreme. First of all to Georgia down that back straight, side by side with Olivia. You were not going to give an inch, were you?
No, not at all. I really mucked up that start. You know, I somehow hit it into neutral, or it slipped into neutral, and I was like, I knew there was going to be a lot of work involved to get back on the podium, but I'll stretch my legs, and here we are.
Fantastic to see. All right, something that you just put down to, well, I suppose, lack of practice, or just a little hiccup. What do you think happened there?
Well, it's never done that to me before, so I'm not actually sure. Yeah.
But you made up for it?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, you made it here again to the podium. Hey, now with Levels, we talked to you last week at Ruperna. Did you enjoy this track?
I do. This is probably one of my favourite tracks so far. I mean, it's so close to home, so I've probably ridden it about as much as I have Ruperna. And, you know, it's smooth, it's flowing, and you really don't have a lot of places to make up a lot of time. So, you know, it's going to be some good close racing, and, well, that's what we got, so...
Well done. Great speech. Thank you, Georgia. Loving all her support and enthusiasm. Great. Sam, you're back here in second place. You're super consistent, but can you get that man?
No, I can't yet, because but I was on his tail on the first lap that he just pulled away. So I made a couple more mistakes, but I'm happy with second, so...
All right, indeed. Hey, an opportunity to be riding more classes. You doubled between this and the 250 production last weekend at round number 1. Do you think the experience is making you a better rider?
Yeah, because last year I was way back on the grid in 250s and Gixes, so yeah, so I've improved this year, so yeah, I'm happy.
All right. What about being on the little Yamaha? You enjoy the bike?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's better than the Gix, I reckon. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, you got about 5 more horsepower. It's huge.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Good. It is good. Great to see indeed. All right, here again with Cormac, that invincible run. By the way, a lap record in there, so we're starting off a little bit like last weekend. You've won everything you touch, but hey, Cormac, it must be in the back of your mind because here you were the hero of the Suzuki International Series. Bang, you went down in race number 1. So it's not that you're perfect every time, but pretty darn close. But you're just aware that you've got to sort of stay there to be in contention all the time?
Yeah, you know, definitely consistency is one of my main goals when I come to a race season. So to be as consistent as I have been this year is a pretty good positive. So we're just going to try and carry on that momentum and try and stay consistent. And, you know, my goal is to, you know, do what I did last year, and same with 300. So we're going to see how we go, and hopefully we can carry on.
All right, indeed. Hey, between last week and this week, there was an opportunity for a little bit of R&R. You go back home to Invercargill this coming week. What are you going to be doing between now and the Burt Munro?
I'm going to be going to a mate's birthday party. We're going to go trampoline parking and go-karting, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, you know, it's just going to be good to get back home. I haven't been there for a while, you know, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the dogs again and getting on the PS4 to play some MotoGP.
Yeah, good stuff. Being a young man again, and why not? Nice to see Mum. You let him have some time to play too, please. Thank you. He deserves it. All right, remembering they're still kids at heart, but they're our awesome race in our future. Skysportnext, proud to bring you this epic coverage of what a sensational event. Look at the talent of the future here, folks. Another young guns class. Third place here with Georgia. Then we have a second here with young Sam and Cormac, 14 years of age, here in number 1. Yes, indeed, Skysportnext, along with our Raki Trust, the Fabtech Engineering here in beautiful Timaru, along with our sponsors like Aon Insurance and Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Proud to be the best sponsors, giving us NZSBK 2021. Hang around, more great racing to come. Sidecars up next. across. We'll start first as they line up. All right, back again with Michelle McLean. Michelle, our new star of sidecar racing, only joined us at the start of the Suzuki Series, so that's literally only 6 weeks ago. Raced through that series, raced at the first round, and had some medical hiccups that proved to be appendicitis. That was out during the week. That's I suppose, is that a bonus now? You feel a little bit lighter? Is there a medical positive to take out of that? You're a paramedic. Do you know anything about the benefits for it?
I know Mark's been talking about the benefits of weight reduction for the passenger, so that's always a bonus. And apparently I've only got 2 more unneeded organs left, my gallbladder and one of my kidneys, so we've made a few jokes about that over the course of the last few days. Sense of humour is coming back, so yeah, looking forward to.
What do you feel like right now when there's somebody else taking your ride out there? How are you feeling?
It's bittersweet. Like, I would love to be out there right now, but I'm just so glad that Mark still gets to race and we still get to participate in this race and series. So yeah, it's hard to watch, but I'm glad they're out there doing it.
Well done, Michelle. Over to you, Brad. Here we go with obsolete iron sidecar racing next.
Yeah, this one is going to be 10 laps, and not a great start from Bryce Rose. Just caught up on the line. It's going to be Barry and Shudor doing the passengering there on the City Honda Calcox Motorsport machine. So a great start from the number 73. He was on fire, winning 2 from 2 last week. They didn't get the third and final race in the result. There was a bit of a mechanical DNF there for one of the competitors and got a red flag, so we didn't have the Grand Prix result. So these guys are hoping to get their Grand Prix result out of this weekend's racing. So we go racing with Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. They're flying down the back straight, braking hard into turn 4. The 99 of Andy Scribner and Tina McEwen. He set this track alight last year, won 3 from 3, and was on fire. Really made a statement in the New Zealand Superbike Championships. He is our 2-time defending sidecar champion, with Tina McEwen doing his passengering. We've got Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose there in 3rd place. And Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins. Dan, talking to him this morning, said just losing a little bit of straight line speed to these other boys in front of him. So when we go racing around levels, should really start coming alive. We've got the 19, Gordon McEwen and Louis Scribner doing the passengering there. Good top 5 result. We've also got the Lawrence brothers. Richie still recovering from his accident at the Cemetery Circuit over a year ago, and just not quite physically fit enough to go full race pace. But they're going to come better and better as the weekend goes on. We've got the F2 battle as well, with Mark Halls on that CTR machine, Kelly Pitt doing the passengering for him, and then we go back to Tracy and Joe on their nice little Calcox Motorsport City Honda machine. So the F2 battle, there's 2 of them out there. They're side by side on the track as well. We've got Brian Williams, and we've also got Darryl Williams and Brian from Waverley on the Camden Clydesdale machine, on the Bright Blue 38 machine, and also Dave MacArthur and Doug Corns on the No Bullshit F1 machine as well. So great to have our sidecars out there on the moment. We've got a 10-lap race. Thanks to Obsolete Iron Motors at Pleasant Point in Timaru for bringing us this one here. And thank you to their support. They've been a supporter of the South Canterbury Motorcycle Club's events for a long time. So check them out, Obsolete Iron. This one here going to be brilliant, as we see the 99 starting to get some pressure now onto Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. So Barry and Stu have had it all their own way so far in this championship, but it looks like the 99's come to play tonight. This is going to be good, as we've got still 8.5 laps left in this 10-lap race. We cross the line here, so it's going to be the 73 flying at the moment, the 99 right in behind. We've got Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose. They qualified in 2nd place, but just that horror start for them, and playing catch-up already in this race. Here we go back to the 19, who's gone into 4th place ahead of the 83 when they crossed the line, but that's changed back again. So some great racing going on between the 19 and the 83. We've also got the 11 of the Richie Lawrence doing the passengering for Chris Lawrence. So the Lawrence Brothers show there. So have a look at that one there. The battle for the podium is running off in the distance, but the battle for 4th is red hot. There's 3 of them, all within a chance of getting that one. So keep an eye on this one here. 7.5 odd laps to go. As the 99, have a look at the inside. He's not going to be quite close enough, but he is really starting to put the pressure on. Barry Smith and Stu Dorr have got to do everything they can. Barry, very experienced sidecar pilot. He's started way back in 1983, so he's going to need all his experience to try and keep this one in the moment. Big moment there for Andy Scribner, just sort of clips the curb and lights up the back wheel. It gives Barry a bit of breathing room, but this one's going to come down to the wire. This is going to be all on. We've got 3 of them now, and with a good chance of the podium as we cross the line and start lap number 3.
Well, back here, all eyes for Michelle is on the 69 combo out there, because that's Kelly doing the job that she would normally be doing. She's not biting the table too much here or anything like that. For a young lady showing so much passion, I find this incredible out there. What's going through your mind, Michelle, as you watch?
I'm just happy they don't have any moments today and everyone comes home safely. Yeah, I'm just happy they can race, so just eagerly watching and hoping they can battle it out first F2. They're currently coming second at the moment, so it's hard to watch.
Well, here's a lady that, as a spectator, had a friend who was involved in sidecar, so I've always wanted to go and have a look, and she did. And then she thought, I'd like to have a go with that. And she had an opportunity to go for a ride, and bang, heard that the word was out for somebody to pair up with Mark Halls. Mark, all-round nice guy on the CTR, Chris Thorough Racing, F2 sidecar out there, and went out to do it, and for the first time took a win. In fact, they were unbeaten through the Suzuki Series in the F2 sidecars. It's Formula 2, so that's the 600cc powered unit as compared to these three front runners that are all on big 1000cc units. So, and then the story, of course, was Michelle came to her first ever Nationals event at Ruapuna last weekend, then had the tummy bug, well, that's what she thought afterwards. Cut a long story short, 48 hours later, in hospital, appendix out, and here she is, bright and bubbly and enjoying us. And thank you, Michelle, for your support at Trackside. It's a cool story. And Brad, you've been able to get a lot more because you've now got a bit more about Barry out there, and Joe and Tracy as well. We are lucky in New Zealand. We've got world-class sidecar competitors and swingers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Barry, former world sidecar competitor. They had wins at European sidecar levels. We'll try and over the weekend go through all his achievements, but he has been and done everything. He's a real legend. And at the moment, he was the fastest man on track. Really put the hammer down. He was going to put under a lot of pressure from Andy and Tina about a lap or so ago, but now he's really just put the hammer down. Got that Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda machine really revved up, and a 1:11.2, so he is absolutely flying around here. Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose, they were starting to reel in Andy Scriven and Tina McEwen, so keep an eye on this one here, because Andy was piling on the pressure before. A little bit of a moment out of the left-hander after the hairpin, and now finds himself in a bit of a battle to keep a hold of second place as we check this one out. We've got 5 laps down, 5 laps to go, and Barry Smith continues to get faster. He's a 1:10.7, so absolutely flying at the moment. Barry Smith, Stu Dorr doing the passioning. First time this team is paired up and back on the big Formula 1 long bike. Barry and Tracy Bryan with the team on the F2 bike last year, but Barry said just wasn't going to do that again. The smaller F2 bike just gets beaten up down these long straights, so come out firing. And he won 2 from 2 last week. He was leading the third and final race before it got red flagged, and not enough laps in the book to have a result. So leading the championship, back on pole, and manages to find himself in first place here. So look at this battle for second. It's red hot at the moment in the 99. Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen under a lot of pressure now. Bryce Rose doing the passioning for Adam Unsworth on that Boss Engineering Aprilia. So they're hammer and tongs through McKissick Curve and on the way into the hairpin. Keep an eye on that one there. Dennis Charlotte now has got himself in a comfy 4th place ahead of the Lawrence brothers. Good to see Chris and Richie Lawrence 5th place. We've got Tracy and Joe are getting better and better every time they go out on the racetrack. They're in 6th place at the moment ahead of Mark Halls and Kelly Pitt there. So the F2 battle is 6th and 7th place on the track, 1st and 2nd in the F2s. We don't score them separately here at New Zealand Superbike Championship. It's all just one Superbike class, but we certainly acknowledge them nonetheless. Darryl Williams, Brian Flynn, ahead of Dave MacArthur and Doug Collins, and then go back to Gordy McEwen and Louis Scrivener, who have dropped off the timing screen, so hopefully everything's A-OK with them as we go racing with this one here. We've got 4 laps to go.
All right, back here with Michelle at the moment. Michelle, the team's not doing quite as well without you at the moment. Have you got some words of advice for them out there?
Oh, I think Tracy and Joe have definitely been stepping it up over the last few weeks. So, yeah, all credit to them. They're doing really well today. And it is hard, I guess, as a new pairing going out to get together and racing. So, but they're doing great.
Well done, beautiful words, man. Well, keep her on, Brad. Lovely words and honest words as well. And yeah, the kind of break, it'll be good for Tracy and Joe, because as the F2 combinations out there, they've got their own rivalry going on. They don't know who's out in the top 3. They probably don't even know, or for that matter, who cares? But it's all a matter of Mark and Kelly behind at this stage, Tracy and Joe for the unofficial F2 glory, the small class within the big class. Bring it on.
Oh, yeah, it's brilliant to catch up with Tracy and Joe, and they were a sidecar pairing about 5 or 6 years ago on their beloved Pinky machine, formerly a Oleman winning sidecar, that machine. So good to see that still heading around the traps. We've got them now on the Carl Cox motorsport machine, and Tracy doing a great job. She's a truly world-class sidecar passenger. She's had wins and races all over the world. She did some passioning for Estelle LeBlanc a couple of seasons ago and really set the world alight. So great to see her. A real legend. She's still the current classic sidecar lap record holder with her brother around the cemetery circuit. So lots of big achievements. And also Jo, she's had wins in classic sidecar racing. She started racing way back when she was 14 with her father Neville, who's a sidecar classic legend. And it's great to have these guys now in a pair and out there top 6 racing at the moment, but that's the first of the F2 bikes home. We'll keep an eye on this one here. It's still Barry Smith and Stu Dorr on their Carl Cox motorsport machine. We've got Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen, 2-time defending New Zealand sidecar champions. They're in second place and they've done a good job of defending against Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose on the Boss Engineering Aprilia. So great stuff to see these guys really going for it. Dennis Charlotte, Dan Jenkins in 4th place. Great South Island pairing, good to have them out there doing it. And the Lawrence brothers are always awesome to have them. They've been racing for decades, and to have them back as a pair, really good. They'll get better and better as the weekend goes on. I caught up with Richie this morning, and it was great to see him back after his big crash at the cemetery circuit over a year ago, and just said the body's not quite all there, but when it comes right, he'll be right in the mix. As we watch this battle for second, starting to get really exciting. Great drive out of the corner down the back straight. They're side by side braking into turn number 4, and I think it's going to be a change. It's going to be the number 12 Boss Engineering Aprilia of Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose. They're going up into second place. Andy and Tina, they were battling for the lead right at the start of this one here, but with about a lap and a half to go, it's advantage Adam and Bryce. So a bit of a drama here, because I was just saying how good Andy was doing at defending this line. Just shows nothing certain here in sidecar racing. Obviously Iron Motors bringing us this one here, and certainly not done for yet. We've got the white flag ready and waiting for the 73 of Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. They're going to get the white flag, so they've got 1 lap to go. But this battle for second, not done for yet. With the 12 and the 99, absolutely nothing in it. There's less than a 1/10 of a second when they cross the line, and Andy already having a look up the inside into turn 1 and 2. That's not much room to get 2 sidecars around there, so has to pull back in. But all about getting the drive out of the Castrol curve and down the back straight. We've still got 4th place for Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins. We're still sitting there in 5th place are the Lawrence brothers, so all on here. But Barry Smith, with all his experience, has done a wonderful job with it. A lot of pressure from Andy and Tina early on in the race, and has really started to reel out. He's got a 3.5 second advantage, and just absolutely in command in New Zealand sidecar racing at the moment. He won both races in the TT. He won the Suzuki International Series crown in F1 sidecar racing, and just continues to get better and better every time this new pairing goes out on track.
Oh, that is fabulous, and man, that power of that beautiful Aprilia, the way it pulled out the corner just when we saw Scrivy and Tina trying to get up on the inside through Castrol. The other team had just powered away. That Aprilia was magic, so yes, you can see it's got more power to play with, and they're proving it with a great result on the racetrack. And here we go with the checkered flag. There it is, a beautiful run. That is Barry and Stu to take it. Here we are with Adam and Bryce, followed by Scrivy and Tina. They all come home. And that's how close they were together. As quick as we've caught, as close as they were together. In fact, that margin from first to third then was only, 6 seconds, 6.043. So pretty cool, Dan Racing. In fact, they were called all F1 sidecars with 1,000cc engines. Interesting to hear what Scrivvy's talking about with the engines at the moment, and sort of the position they're in with regards to developing and getting new engines, because the new engines are made to fit in the bikes, are much slimmer than the engine was, and that's effectively to allow a bike to be leaning over one way or the other, so you don't want them wide at the base. So what that's done is it's actually meant that they're a longer stroke than they've been in the past, so it actually means you're a higher engine. So if you put an engine from a modern superbike inside a sidecar, they're actually potentially going to be too tall. So they want to make sure that they can streamline them. You don't want the engine sticking up, you'll be losing something. So it's quite a balance of whether they're the right engine, the best engine to put inside these sidecars. As after all, they're world-class chassis that are made specially for sidecar racing, and then of course we put with them an excellent engine. First of all, for Michelle, who's with us again here at trackside, and a slight blemish on Mark's good riding, but pleasing that Kelly was able to stay on. You'll go back and give him a pat on the back anyway, Michelle?
Yeah, I'll head back over there and give them a pat on the back. Yeah, it's great to see them out there today.
Hey, thank you for your comments with us today. Really appreciate it. You're a young lady, passionate about our sport. Where does a paramedic get the idea of coming motorbike racing? I would have thought you'd have seen enough crashes and bashes in your time to be hell scared of this kind of game.
Not really. I guess the adrenaline, the buzz of it kind of wears off, so I'm always searching for the next kick, and this seemed to be the perfect fit at the right time, so... Yeah.
Beautiful answer. Thank you very much. Hey, God bless, and thank you very much for your role to play today. We'll be at trackside next for the final podium of the day.
All right, there it is in the books there. Barry Smith gets the win with Stu Dorr doing the passenger. Awesome ride from them. And a 1:10.747, so really quick pace. Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose, they hang on for second place on the Boss Engineering Aprilia. So that's cool for them. Made a good passing move on Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen for second and third place. So Andy and Tina get third place in another podium trip for them. Dennis and Dan on the Mega Motorcycle Centre. Mick Paul sponsored number 83 machine. They get fourth place. Chris and Richie Lawrence, the Lawrence Brothers Racing, they get home in fifth place on their Coleman Suzuki. And then the first of the F2, sixth place, Tracy and Tracy Bryan doing the driving, and Joe Mickelson doing the passengering. They were brilliant today. So lapping in the 1:16s and getting quicker and quicker every time they go out there. So phenomenal stuff from those two. Daryl Williams and Brian Flynn. That's right. From the Hawke's Bay on the Camden Clydesdale Lockie Farms machine. They get through in 6th, 7th place. Dave MacArthur and Doug Corns there in 8th place. So across the Neil, you'll have our sidecar podium and some brilliant stuff there from those guys.
Get that right. You're the only one that's ever said that. Oh, I love the world of sidecars and what excellence has brought to us here today. World-class machinery, folks, and we cannot underestimate that. And if you've got an opportunity, I firmly recommend going through the pits. The sidecar crews are generally up the far end of the pits. They do take up generally a little bit more room than the two-wheel motorcycles in the pit area, so they want a little bit more space. And there is more space up the end, so it's worthwhile going for the walk and going right up to the top and seeing this machinery. At times, in fact, more often than not, the guys have got the sidecar off the top of the chassis and at the engine, and you can see it in its raw beauty, the true way to describe it there in the pit area. And see some of these excellent chassis. I tell you what, they got more rivets than a Boeing 737. They got more power than a jet engine in one, and they've certainly got some other amazing technology. Their suspension, their steering. Think of the way that the rider has got to operate gears and brakes, folks, because it's completely different. You are lying down. You're not sitting upright like you are with a conventional motorcycle. So pretty darn cool to see what's going on here. Looks like Bryce is going to get his daughter back here to join us on the podium as well. So darn nice to see. So here we are. Look at this. What a beautiful podium to finish our Super Saturday off. Day number 1, round number 2 of our championship. 4 races down in our overall 12 for the glory. And here with our third place at the moment. And Scrivy coming down through here. It was pretty tight. You were holding them out. But in the end, they got the bounce on you.
Yeah, I rode pretty much as hard as I think I could have that time, and it's pretty uncustomary for us to get a third here at Timaru. So, yeah, Tina was actually picking up for that one. She was just tired, worn out, and she stayed on, man. Hats off to Tina. She's awesome.
Yeah, here she is indeed, and she gets the thumbs up from Scrivy and from all of us as well. I love the story you told last week, Tina, in fact, reinforcing to our audience the fact that you do go to the gym. It is super physical, the work that you do out there. What are you actually feeling like at the end of the race? Is your body just a tingling mess at the moment? Is that the right way to word it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I shake anyway, but this is just, tenfold with the shake. So, no, it's definitely hard on the body, but awesome.
But what about, okay, so Ruapuna to here, what's the comparison you'd make? We look at it from an outside point of view and say it's smaller and a little bit tighter. Does that mean more work or is it easier? How do you feel?
I actually find this one easier, to be fair. Ruapuna is probably a little bit more technical, but I love this track. I absolutely love it. It's our favourite one.
Oh, nice to hear. Nice. With a result like that, do you really want to hear the boss say that?
I know, right? Next time.
Next time. Yeah, well done. Great story to tell. Well, here we are with Bryce and Adam again. And Bryce must be a buzz because you get on the gas and you manage to get past Scrivy. I watch you guys on that last lap pulling out a Castrol down there. And, mate, if you're not holding on, you'll roll all the way back to Washdyke because the power of that Aprilia is just magic.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to have Aprilia on board, eh? We're very blessed to have such a beautiful
motorcycle sponsored to us like that, and it's just great to be showing them what a Aprilia can actually do out there.
Yeah, certainly magic to see. And we've got a special part of the team as well here. If it wasn't for the family folks, we couldn't be racing. She can take all the limelight she likes. Hey, Adam, cool feeling just to breeze your way down the straight on that last lap. That must have been a buzz.
Oh yeah, I mean, you make it sound like it was easy, you know, but I assure you it's not, you know. And by the way, Charlie's she's the stand-in swinger.
Oh really?
Just in case Bryce.
Yeah. So she's doing the training course.
Yeah, she is. No, she's passed flying colours.
Yeah, excellent indeed. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's certainly going to... Oh, man, you just... Yeah, it's a bit scary to think of the future, but, hey, we've come a long way. When we think about the woman and the role played for swinging, it's fabulous. We know a few years ago, the girls were the dominant swingers. People like Bryce were the underdogs.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's brilliant. I mean, it's just, you know, it's great for the sport, isn't it, you know? They're doing a great job.
Yeah, indeed. All right, that Aprilia power, nice stuff to have.
Yeah, look, yeah, I mean, it's going really well. You know, we've got a little bit more to come yet, but yeah, look, for the right now, so we're more than happy with the way it's going. So it's fantastic.
Good to see. All right, here we are, Barry and Stu, this awesome combo lining up here again. And Barry, you're just here, and it's cool and calm and everything, but man, out on the track, that is ferocious. How do you keep your cool like that?
I think, like anybody, before the racing, I always get very nervous. Okay. And yeah, I just sit there calmly and think about what I've got to do, and once I get out there and up and running, I'm fine. So yeah, that's just every time, same thing. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think the nerves go away even after all these years of racing.
And in fact, the moment they do, it could be a problem. So yeah, great that you still have that level of concentration. As for the machine, you've ridden some great machinery over the years. Is this as good as a world-class sidecar you've been on?
Oh, definitely. Obviously, the LCR chassis has been around for a few years now, and I always used to be a Wendell chassis rider, but over the last couple of years, obviously, with the LCR, both the short bike and the long bike are LCR chassis, so yeah, it's definitely a world-class bike, yeah, without doubt.
Indeed, and just the Barry touch as far as the engine's concerned?
Just a few, but it's basically a stock bike, like everyone says, but it is a stock motor, so we find tuning the motors just makes them harder to ride. The stock motor's got a lot more mid-range power, so you can use it a lot easier.
And in the end, it's pretty reliable.
Yeah, touch wood, seems to be at the moment. So yeah, no reliability problems. Obviously, we do a lot of preparation before we come each time, so just to eliminate any issues that we might come across.
Cool. All right, I'm just going to stand between you because Stu's a busy man doing the swinging. Stu, memories here at Levels, a track that you've actually not done a huge amount on, but yet when you come out on the track, it seems like you've been doing it again.
Yeah, I think me and Barry are really gelling at the moment, finding the rhythm. So yeah, it makes it for a really smooth ride out there. Not really fighting the machine. Yeah.
All right, indeed, and sidecar racing, 9 combos this weekend. Good to have some depth in the class.
There is, isn't there?
Yeah.
A few more would be nice from the South Island, so we could mix it up with them.
Yeah.
But anyway, we still have the good numbers.
Yeah, great to see. Well, here we go, folks. This is our last race here of Super Saturday for Levels and round 1. Thanks to FabTech Engineering, along with our Recce Trust. Proud to be putting it back into the community. You've got our great sponsors here with SkysportNext, along with Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. And also, of course, to Aon Insurance. We salute you and say thank you. Here we are, ready. Oh, yeah, Scrivy will have some fun. He'll do a pose. This is a wrap for a great day. Let's bring it on. See you all tomorrow, folks. Awesome sidecar racing, plus all the two-wheel friends. We're back for more 2021 NZSBK. Bring it on.
Brilliant. Managed to say thank you to the marshals as well. Big thank you to them, all the officials and our race control team. Well done to everyone involved here at round 2 of our 2021 New Zealand Superbike Championships NZSBK. Thank you to Grant and the team at CTAS for bringing us beautiful shots live on Sky Sport Next. We've got an action-packed program tomorrow. We'll keep you updated with that one there. We've got 6-lap races for Supersport 150. We've got 10 lappers for the sidecars and the Pro Twins. We've got big 15-lap races for our Pro Superbikes and our 600 Supersport. So keep an eye on that one there as we wrap this one up. Thank you to our sponsors, FabTech Engineering and Trust Aoraki for bringing us this one here. Round 2 of NZSBK coming to us live from Levels International Raceway, and we'll see you again tomorrow.